a seat for all of you, even for those who have come as a surprise guest now who had not registered before. Please take your seats now so that we can start.
Bitte nehmen Sie Platz.
Please take your seats so that we can start with the assembly and with our opening.
Beginnen wir diese 5. Vollversammlung.
Let us start the 5th Synodal Assembly, the General Assembly of the Synodal Path, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear members of the Synodal Assembly, dear guests here in the hall and on your screens at home participating in this Synodal Assembly, a warm welcome to all of you. With the Liturgy of the Word, we are going to start in a moment. Maria Boxberg and myself would like to link two focal points and express a request or a desire. So this is a brief introduction to the Liturgy of the Word until everybody has taken their seats. We have chosen text from the prophetic tradition. Prophetic tradition meaning that the Word of God is active. through the word of man. And what is peculiar is that the word often is a sort of contrafactual. In situations where people are in despair, depressed, discouraged, it comes as a consolation, encouragement. And in situations where people feel comfortable and don't want change, the prophetic word comes as a disruptive, challenging wake-up call. For the spiritual moments of this fifth assembly, we've chosen some of these prophetic words, and we do hope and we believe that with this we can express something which goes beyond what is now, something that goes beyond the disruption and beyond the encouragement, something that takes us to higher levels, and that it helps us that through listening we get deeper into the Word of God and into the reality of the world, that we get touched by the gospel in a diverse church. In his letter at the beginning of the Synodal Path, Pope Francis encouraged us to take the gospel seriously and let ourselves be evangelized as well, to live from it, to testify to it, and to find ever new ways how to practice this with our brothers and sisters in faith. So Maria Boxberg and I desire that we are able to do exactly this with the prophetic words we have chosen. And this leads me to my second request. Over the past 10 weeks or so, we actually invited members of the Synodal Assembly to embark on a spiritual path and shows words by Franz Moires. We have printed these words in the Synodal manual you have, and we would like to invite you to just now and then take a look at these pages, to look at these synodal attitudes, the 10 attitudes, these attitudes that help us become a truly synodal church. It may be challenging for us at different times, but it is worthwhile to practice synodality, and I think this is something that is going to be reflected in the results of our votes, but also in the way we are dealing with each other, the way we are leading discussions, the way we are listening to one another. And we are convinced that this does not require superhuman effort, but that this is exactly what we are as human beings, that we are able to listen in the spirit of Jesus, that we are able to express our emotions, our feelings, express our limits as well, that we are open-minded and deal with each other on a respectful basis. So these synodal attitudes are something which is deeply human, and this is why we would love to invite you to include this spiritual dimension in the synodal process and to practices, as I've said before. And we think this is not only exhausting, but that a synodal assembly can also be fun because it is linked to our humanity. With regard to the time we are in now, the 40 days before Easter, we have chosen actually the call for conversion. Convert us, give us a blessing, give us mercy, Lord.
Vergib die Sünde, schenke seine Stimme, ändert euer Leben, suchet das Gute und lasst ab vom Bösen. Als Gottes Kinder wirket seinen Frieden. Bekehret uns, vergib die Sünde, schenke, Herr, uns neu dein Erbarmen. Als Jünger Jesu seid ihr nun gesendet, geht hin zu allen, kündet seine Botschaft, bringt neue Hoffnung auf die ganze Erde. Bekehre uns, vergib die Sünde, schenke, Herr, uns neu dein Erbarmen. Tut Gutes allen, helft den Unterdrückten und stiftet Frieden, liebet euren Nächsten. Dies ist ein Fasten in den Augen Gottes. Bekehre uns, vergib die Sünde, schenke, Herr, uns neu dein Erbarmen.
Ist das ein Fasten, wie ich es wünsche? Ein Tag,
Is this
der Mensch
the fast I choose, a day for man to humble himself? Is it to bow down his head like a rush and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Will you call this a fast and a day acceptable to the Lord?
ist nicht das ein Fasten, wie
Is not this the fast that I choose, to loose the bonds of wickedness,
die Stricke des Jochs,
to undo the thongs of the yoke,
Unterdrückte frei
to let the oppressed go free,
jedes Joch zu
and to break every yoke?
Recht und Güte lieben, achtsam mitgehen mit Gott. Recht und Güte lieben, das erwartet Gott von uns.
Ist nicht das ein Fasten, wie ich es wünsche? Bedeutet es nicht, dem
Is not this the fast that I choose? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry and bring the homeless poor into your house? When you see the naked, to cover him, and not to hide yourself from your own flesh? Then shall your light break forth like the dawn, and your healing shall spring up speedily. Your righteousness shall go before you, and the glory of the Lord shall be your rear guard. Then you shall call, and the Lord will answer. You shall cry, and he will say, Here I am.
Wenn du Unterjochung aus deiner Mitte entfernst,
If you take away from the midst of you the yoke, the pointing of the finger and speaking wickedness, if you pour yourself out for the hungry and satisfy the desire of the afflicted, then shall your light rise in the darkness, and your gloom be as the noonday.
dass niemand Unterdrückung erfährt,
That nobody experiences suppression, that nobody is disregarded, that nobody is treated wickedly. For this, we need your help. You, our loyal, powerful God. This is why we are praying to you for our Synodal path. You find the prayer on page 50, and I suggest that we speak it together. And let's start with the right-hand side here. God, our Father, you are near to those who are seeking you. To you we come with the questions of our day, with our failures and our guilt, with our longing and our hope. We thank you for Jesus Christ, our brother, our friend and our Lord. He is in our midst, wherever we gather in His name. He walks with us on our path. He shows Himself to us in the poor, the oppressed, the victims of violence, the persecuted, and the marginalized. We pray to you, send us the Holy Spirit who creates new life. May He help our church in Germany to recognize the signs of the times. May He open our hearts so that we may listen to your word and accept it in faith. Inspire us to seek the truth together. Strengthen our faith in you and keep us in unity with our Pope and the whole Church. Help us to make your justice and your mercy palpable. Give us the strength and courage to set out and do your will. For you alone are the light that illuminates our darkness. You are the life that conquers violence, suffering, and death. To you we give praise, now and forever. Amen.
Ja, du bist das Licht, wenn es sich in uns verdunkelt.
Yes, you are the light when it is getting dark inside us, when things become narrow. Give us light, air, and space. To each human being in our church, in our world, let us be vigilant and upright. Give us your blessing. Living God, our Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Sehr geehrte Synodale,
Dear Synod members, dear brothers and sisters,
liebe Mitglieder der
members of the Synodal Assembly,
liebe Beratende,
advisors and observers,
Gäste,
guests,
liebe
and representatives of the media journalists here in Frankfurt.
liebe Unterstützende und Interessierte
Dear
auch an den
supporters and those who are interested and are connected with us remotely on the screens.
Zu dieser 5. Synodalversammlung
We very
heißen wir Sie
warmly
im Namen
welcome
des
you
Präsidiums des
on
Synodalrates
behalf of the Synodal Committee to this 5th Synodal Assembly.
Wir nähern uns mit dieser Versammlung der Zielgerade
We are moving towards the home stretch of the Synodal path with this assembly.
die Zielgerade eines
Well,
konkreten
it's the home stretch of a specific piece of this journey that we agreed upon together.
durch die Zeit und auch
For the
der Weg
pilgrimage of the Church through time and also the path towards more synodality in the Church is going to continue and must continue after this 5th Synodal Assembly.
gilt es jetzt für dieses
Nevertheless, now it is important to find a good conclusion to this stage of the journey. Much has happened on this path, which has so far led us through 4 synodal assemblies, 5 regional conferences, an online conference, countless forum meetings, hearings, and working group meetings.
Es wurde diskutiert,
There have been discussions and arguments.
Ideen wurden entwickelt,
Ideas have been drafted, texts have been written, objections have been made, images of the Church have been contrasted, ways of understanding have been sought and, not so rarely, also found.
Verletzungen.
There were painful moments and disappointments, but also moments of hopes and new beginnings. And last but not least, we celebrated and prayed together, and we celebrated the Eucharist together. We listened to Jesus Christ our Lord and to his gospel, and that was and remains the indispensable center of a synodal journey that is meant to be a journey of conversion and a journey of discipleship.
Begrüßen wir in unserer Mitte
We would like to very welcome in our midst our observers,
apostolischen Nuntius
the Apostolic Nuncio in Germany, Archbishop Dr. Nikola Eterovic, and all of you who have accompanied us from the neighboring bishops' conferences and lay associations since the very first Synodal Assembly. We also like to extend a very warm welcome to observers from the ecumenical community. With your presence and your contributions, you have already enriched these assemblies in an invaluable way.
ein ganz besonderes
And this time, a very special welcome goes to our guest, who we have invited to this 5th assembly, together with the 8 agencies of Universal Church. Estela Padilla from the Philippines, Father Matthew
aus Tansania,
Thomas from Tanzania, Sister Birgit Weiler
Missionsärztliche Schwestern aus
from Peru,
Bischof Dr.
Bishop Petar Palic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Ulrika Erlandsson from Sweden, Father Peter Gebara from Finland, Bishop Stefano Russo from Italy, and Susan Sullivan and Bishop Shane Anthony McKinley from Australia.
Sie haben Sie haben weite
You all have come a long way to join us here in Frankfurt.
zu begleiten. Es ist mir
It is a
eine
special honor and pleasure for me to welcome you here today.
zu dürfen. Wir danken Ihnen ganz
And we
besonders
would like to thank you especially for this moment of fellowship in our Universal Church. We are so happy to have you here with us today.
also to all of you who join us from many countries in all parts of the world via our live stream. We, the Synodal Assembly, are grateful that you are accompanying us in these days. We thank you very much for your interest. Let's keep in mind that we all are part of the pilgrim people of God, and keep us in your prayer. Thank you.
Apart from welcoming people, we also need to say words of farewell. I would like to mention those who have left our group for various reasons. We mourn with the Diocese of Erfurt and the Central Committee of German Catholics for Thomas Kretschmer. He died on January 10th after a serious illness. As chairman of the Catholic Council of the Diocese of Erfurt, he has been for many years a member of the Central Committee of German Catholics and a delegate in the Synodal Assembly. Let us say a prayer for him. Lord, please grant him and all the deceased eternal rest. In the closing service of the Synodal Path on Saturday, we are going to remember all the deceased from our Synodal Assembly. In replacement of Thomas Kretschmer, we welcome Sabine Maria Kutscher from the Catholic Council of the Diocese of Erfurt. We would also like to bid farewell to the now Emeritus Archbishop Hans-Josef Becker and Ludwig Schick, whose request for resignation have been accepted by Pope Francis in the meantime. The procedures for filling the vacant bishops' chairs are currently on their way. From Paderborn, we welcome the diocesan administrator Michael Bredek, who was already in charge of diocesan contact person for the Synodal Path and is closely connected to us. Auxiliary Bishop Herwig Gössel is here in his current role as a diocesan administrator of the Archdiocese of Bamberg. Sister Franziska Dieterle has left the Synodal Assembly for personal reasons. The German Conference of the Superiors of Religious Orders has appointed Katharina Ganz, OSF, a former advisor to the Women's Forum, to replace Sister Franziska. We wish all the new members much strength and the support of the Holy Spirit. Have a good time here in Frankfurt. And we would like to say thanks and goodbye to Professor Hanna-Barbara Gerl-Falkowitz, Dr. Wolfgang Bicken, Dr. Marianne Schlosser, Dorothea Schmidt, and Katharina Bester-Horsmann. We regret when Synod members end their cooperation because it was and is important to the Synodal Path to hear different voices and opinions. Due to different members who have left and not all of them have been replaced, the number of members of the Synodal Assembly is currently at 223. Probably when you look around, you will miss one or the other familiar faces. So at this point, we especially welcome those who can only join us remotely due to particular health challenges. So this gives them an opportunity to still participate. Since our last Synodal Assembly in fall, a lot has happened. And I would like to briefly mention the most important aspects. If we take a look at the world and the times that we are living in, we see that Russia's terrible and inhumane war of aggression against Ukraine did not come to an end. Even though this war and the visible war crimes have become part of our everyday life in pictures over these months, this war remains undiminished in its cruelty. War must not become a habit for us. But also the severe earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria confronts us with images and news of horror. Let us take the people who have been hit so hard let them include let us include them in our prayers again and again, and let's continue to work for solidarity and assistance. With regard to the pandemic, things have changed. Still, many people are infected with the coronavirus, but the infectious disease has lost its terror. And this is a reason for being thankful also. In your own interest, we ask you to continue to take care of each other and to follow the Synodal Assembly remotely connected rather than in person if symptoms arise. In this case, please contact the Synodal office. On a universal church level, efforts and developments have continued with regard to the synodal path of the universal church that Pope Francis invited us to. For Europe, we focused on the continental phase with the synodal meeting in Prague. We participated to the best of our abilities and possibilities in the reflections on what our church needs, and we were able to again experience that Catholics in Germany are not alone with our concerns, our questions and reflections, and that we are not on a path outside of the communion of universal church. Many look with great interest at our local church, be it with sympathy and hope, or be it with incomprehension and concern. But also many disparities and different points of view have become obvious in Prague. This makes it all the more important to enter into a dialogue with each other, to listen to each other carefully, and to seek what we have in common, to understand the differences, and to learn to endure them. As a church in Germany, and for us on our synodal path, it wasn't easy when it comes to the ad limita visit of the German bishops to Rome last fall and the exchange of letters that follows. The great concern and skepticism with which our synodal path and its results and perspectives are perceived became very clear. And again, the reactions range from a widespread reaction to sympathetic and understanding concern. We don't brush this off, but we take it very seriously. We are trying to incorporate the constructive and indications from Rome into our deliberations. However, sometimes we have to admit that not all of these critical and concerned comments meet our true considerations, our efforts and intentions. It was clear for us right from the beginning that the synodal path, the results and also the development unfolding must be aligned with the framework of the universal church community and also in the framework of canon law and universal church law. Where this is not yet possible, our decisions mean to indicate issues, problems, and need and statements that refer to things that needs to be discussed. In some cases, it was also wisely decided that things are not yet mature for decision and must be considered further. For example, in the Synodal Commission. A special way or even a separation, and we have always emphasized that, and I emphasize that again and again, is absurd. Under these impressions, the German bishops have dealt very thoroughly with the synodal path in the context of our spring plenary assembly in Dresden last week. Your Excellency, dear Nuncio, we have listened carefully to your indications in your welcoming address, and they have been integrated into our discussions. Once again, we are looking for the right path to do justice to both the ecclesial situation in Germany and the context of the universal church. With this in mind, we also dealt in detail at our assembly with the texts that are now before us for discussion and decision-making. The discussions have shown that there is no easy consensus to be achieved for some of those topics. This has resulted in a number of written motions which will be presented to this assembly from the ranks of the bishops for a few texts. We bishops are aware of the fact that this approach will be judged quite critically, even if it's possible according to the statutes, and I do understand that perspective. Some of you may even regard this handling of the text as an imposition, especially because it is happening only now, so late. I would therefore ask you right now to understand that the motions put forward are the result of an intensive struggle. Our aim is to find a larger consensus. We look for possible and sustainable approaches for a consensus that will support the common cause and common concerns. We don't want to put the brakes on the work that has been done. We really want to support it. It has become clear for some time that the various concerns that the Synodal path has taken up and worked on cannot be concluded with this fifth Synodal Assembly. Many aspects that are closely connected to the systemic structures that promote abuse and sexualized violence could not be dealt with within the time span that we agreed upon. Topics like diocesan ombudsman offices, basic rights of believers, a fundamental professionalization in priest formation, or women in scientific theology. These things have been put forward in the synodal forums and presented to the Synodal Assembly, but could not make their way to the decisions of the synodal path. That contents will not go lost. The work done is not in vain. The Synodal Commission is going to devote itself to the further development of these initiatives of the synodal path. This also applies to the text that we may not be able to discuss in an appropriate manner these days. If we take a look at the agenda and the program that lies ahead of us, it becomes very clear that there is an enormous amount of work in front of us, and that there is going to be a lot of effort that once again has to be put into this assembly. First and foremost, it is the work on the text presented to the assembly by the synodal forums. As a Synodal Committee, we also submitted the text of the preamble to the Assembly, which is going to be the overarching text and is going to be discussed and hopefully adopted on Saturday morning. Let's recall the consensus method, which should be the hermeneutic approach for our deliberation and votes. What is missing for me to make sure that I can agree? What would need to be changed for me to agree to the text? In this context, I would like to mirror an impression from many conversations with international stakeholders. The accusation that the synodal path is not a spiritual way is rooted, among other things, in the fact that sometimes we get lost in debates about rules of procedures and statutes. Also, although this type of system and red tape is part of the German cultural heritage, and speaking with the late Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, he said the rules of procedures of the Council, which at first seemed to be a purely technical instrument for the proper conduct of the whole, in reality have an eminently theological significance. End of quote. So I would like to urge us to apply the consensus method to the possibility of submitting a motion on a point of order. Of course, points of order are possible, but please consider whether it really leads anywhere or if the time spent can be spent elsewhere. So let us rather work on a spiritual and substantive level.
Ganz besonders möchte ich uns aufmerksam machen.
I would like to draw your attention to the performance Verantwort Ich that is going to take place tonight in Frankfurt Cathedral. It will create, again, an awareness for the motives that ultimately led to the decision for the synodal path, coming to terms with the systemic factors that foster abuse and sexualized violence in our church. The interplay of artistic and spiritual elements, in this interplay, the performance confronts us with the question of our own personal involvement in the history of abuse in our church and opens up a perspective for the future. The performance was deliberately developed with the participation of the members of the advisory board of the German Bishops' Conference and under the professional direction of the experienced artist Andrea Elisabeth Lutz. Given that the performance contains depictions of sexualized violence in images, texts, and music, and refers to the occasion and mission of the synodal path, it cannot be ruled out that some elements might have a stressful and/or re-traumatizing effect on those affected and other viewers. For this reason, in the cathedral, we provide a wide range of support and conversation services. The users of the live stream will also be informed about counseling services and contact points. Allow me at this point to add a report, a brief report on the questions of criminal and administrative justice. So this is the item on our agenda 7.2.
I would like to remind all of you that the Synodal Assembly has been informed regularly since it became clear at the second Synodal Assembly that the bishops decided unanimously to get into contact with Rome in order to establish rules for a criminal, administrative, and disciplinary jurisdiction for clerics in Germany. And the first reaction to this by Cardinal Pietro Parolin was issued on the 5th of July 2021, and I responded immediately. And you know that during the third and fourth Synodal Assembly there was no new information. However, my visit to Rome in preparation to the ad limina visit on the 3rd of October led to a discussion with the Secretary of State, the Cardinal Parolin, and the aim was to see how we could continue. And it is also in accordance with Rome that we introduce bilateral consultations. The ad limina visit actually confirmed that, so that we work with the Apostolic See and the Dicastery, on the other hand, to go into these discussions. You know that up to now, Ludwig Schick has been our person in the Bishops' Conference for these issues, and Bishop Meyer and Berger have been able to coordinate the cooperations for our work. In the Synodal Assembly, in this process, Professor Dr. Rüdiger Althaus has been involved. Not in the Synodal Assembly, Ms. Christina Kreis from Wiesbaden. She's in charge of the criminal department in the Ministry of Justice in Hessen, and the legal commission of the Association of German Dioceses will be involved as well. So let's stay with this as a report. The important signal we wish to send is that so let us start now into this assembly. It's going to be intense, a lot of work. We are all expecting this, and we need our common effort. We are aware that a lot is being asked of us in order to find our joint synodal path, but we invite you with our whole heart to walk with us on this home stretch. Let's not be frustrated, resignated. Let's not get into despair, and let us actually step over our own shadow. Let's not lose sight of what is for and foremost is Jesus Christ, who is our center. He must be our first concern. Let us always trust that this also applies to each and every one of us. Let us not deny to each other this goodwill in our faith. In the end, this is not a question of who has successfully brought which text passage over the hurdles of the assembly and its statutes. It is about a church that is close to the people, that works on abuse, sexualized violence and its cover-up, and that works on overcoming structures that promote abuse. Let us work on it, argue about it, pray with each other, celebrate the Eucharist, eat and talk with each other, and actually give each other appreciation on the synodal path. We would like to thank everybody, express our sincere and heartfelt thanks to all those who have been involved. Also those who worked in the background on the preparation, organization, administration and technology of this event, knowing full well that without their work, which often goes far beyond normal work, our assembly would not be possible. Many thanks to all of you for your commitment. Once again, your work goes beyond the normal level, and it would not be possible without you. So many thanks again for your great commitment. And now we would like to give the floor to our session leaders. We are extremely grateful that our three proven teams are back. Ms. Claudia Nortel and Auxiliary Bishop Wilfried Theising, Katharina Norput and Father Michael Behrensen, Andrea Heim and Auxiliary Bishop Udo Benz are ready once again to guide us through the Synodal Assembly. And we will start with our first team. And Katharina Norput and Father Michael Behrens will start.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. We would like to welcome you on behalf of the moderators team, and we would like to especially welcome those connected with us remotely on the live stream, connected with us also in prayer. And without further ado, we would like to start the debate to make sure we have as much time as possible. Many topics have been mentioned. You bring more topics to the table, and we would like to appeal to you with regard to the synodal attitudes that the spiritual guides have mentioned. We got closer here in this hall than before, and maybe we can advance in getting close to each other also with regard to content. I would like to give you some housekeeping advice. In the past assemblies, it has been possible to translate all the contributions also into sign language, and now this assembly is going to be translated as a whole, in sign language. And we can applaud in sign language in order to show how happy we are that we have sign language interpretation available. Let us start our debate. You all have your little voting devices available. 1 and OK means that you put yourself on the speakers list.
Sie müssen einmal kurz auf diese
So please click on the remote device to make sure it turns on.
häufiger auch schon mal
Because we had that question in the past at the very beginning, but now everybody is familiar with it.
Und wenn Sie sich äußern möchten,
So if you want to put yourself on the speakers list, this is your occasion to do so.
und die ersten sind auch schon drauf und ich darf Professorin
I would like to ask Professor Julia Knopp for her statement. 2 minutes
wirklich in diesem Sinne
of speaking time. This is really a maximum to make sure that as many people as possible can contribute. The floor is yours. I would like to remind us of the beginning of this process. 4 years ago, the bishops had a study day on the MHG study. The Synodal path should give an answer to what came out there to prove that we can be differently. What are we at in the topics and with regards to the culture of debate? We moved forward. And we have also seen additional studies. We've lost also a lot. I invested time and expertise, and I risk my trust in God and in the community of God. Many things got lost. It's painful, but it's also a healing experience because trust is one of the factors why priests can abuse people. The other factor is power. And I don't see any change in paradigm here. Despite all the crises, despite all the letters of Rome, they want to underline the power of bishops and priests in the Catholic Church. And I learned that to many bishops, obedience is more important than their own conscience. They do not put their role in the system into doubt. When a text failed, I saw 2 bishops smiling at me in a very difficult way. So I'm not so positive about what we can achieve here. We made some steps and some efforts toward the right direction, but we did not reach anything that moves beyond current canon law, and it's not a shift in paradigm yet. But together with all the other members in the Synod, I would like to work on a positive church, because I still do believe that the church could be different. Sister Scholastica. Well, basically, I just wanted to turn on my device, and now I'm on the speakers list. The question at stake is how we listen to each other. We need to be listeners. I heard a speech of Hartmut Rosa, to listen up, to be attentive to what the other says, and to make sure that what the other people say, the other perspective, can be a wake-up call for me. So I hope that we're not stuck in our own positions. I hope that we can listen up with a true heart, that we can listen up to the perspectives that we hear, even though it's the 5th Synodal Assembly, that we are open, that there's space for the Spirit of God to become active. Thank you so much. You can take yourself also off the list. To do so, you press 2 and OK. But really consider if you want to do that, because if you want to put yourself back on the speakers list, this is going to be more difficult. Ulrich Himmel. Yeah, 3 years have passed. Catholic Church in Germany became smaller, and I would like to add to 2 points. The church becoming smaller and to different speeds. If we are a smaller church, what about the future? There will be cuts. There will be less staff. There will be less fewer buildings, fewer organizations and facilities. It's all the more important to concentrate on the things that are truly important. This is why I would like to put forward the idea that we continue our path and that we tackle a strategic plan of action for Catholic Church in Germany until 2040. What do we want to maintain? What do we want to give up? What do we need to expand? If we don't focus on this topic, we will become ever smaller. What we need is a path forward. Because we see different speeds. We are one church, and we need to maintain this one church. But if we deal with each other and fight with each other, we see that everybody is interested in what is at stake. We need an exchange with the other local churches, with the Vatican, with the Christian churches, with the parishes, with the overall ecumenical context. And what might come up is different paths and different speeds. In the Anglican Church has women as priests, separated by a schism, but not by other separations. We have married priests in the Eastern churches and also in the United Churches. We have a good tradition of decision finding in the congregations. Why can we not learn to have different paths in different speeds? That might be a good option for synodality and a good option for synodal learning. Thank you so much. Let me give you some brief advice. If you want to put yourself on the speakers list, this is your opportunity, because after the next contribution, we're going to close the speakers list. Juliane Eckstein. Thank you. I still find myself under the impression of the abuse study of minds, a study similar to what we already have. And what became clear again for me is that the abuse of sensitive structures and attitudes can be positive for everybody. It's not only about the very few, but it's about all of us. In this context, it is difficult, and bear with me that I need to underline that. I regret that the Victims Advisory Board has just been only mentioned in the welcome address. And I was really surprised that when it came to replacing people that left, that people did not make use of the opportunity to integrate people from the Victims Advisory Board into the Synodal Assembly, including their voting rights. And I perceived that there were people in favor for that, but they were not enough. This is not progress, this is just peanuts, so to speak. And in this context, I would like to announce that I'm considering a motion with regard to an amendment of the agenda with regard to the prevention text. 4.3 and 3.4 should be anticipated to tomorrow morning to make sure that they will not be neglected. And secondly, and I do believe that I'm not alone, I do believe that we will see a consensus. We only need to debate details. I'm almost done. And there's also a context with regard to the performance of tonight's event. Professor Zellmann, I would like to thank all the bishops who, during the past weeks, supported the synodal path and assembly. That was really important. I felt very well represented. Some of you made it very clear, given the interventions from Rome, what they think. And I would like to underline that with regard to reforms, we might be of different opinions, also with regard to theological background. But there is no doubt that a local church is on its way in order to make sure to face their pastoral and theological responsibilities. And we deserve trust for that. you made sure that you made it very clear that you support this path. And I draw the conclusions that you, as bishops, want this path to be successful. You see the backlog with regard to reforms, and we want to find a joint solution. And I would like to thank you for that, because I do believe that this required a lot of courage. Thank you so much, Svenja Stumpf. I would like to share an episode from outside. We had a demonstration outside, and those who are against the demonstrations were very loud, and some pupils passed, some students, and some of them asked, what are they doing? And one of them answered, I think this is church against church. You smile. I was very sad in that moment. I was really touched, and I wanted to share that with you in order to encourage us. Let's stay on the synodal path, even though it comes to terms these days. Let's be courageous. Let's start the Synodal Commission with courage. That doesn't mean that we do away with all the differences, but I would like to underline that it's very important that we make the most of these days and that we decide most of the text. We have a lot of associations, family and friends. We need to set a positive sign as a result of the synodal path, as a consensus. I'm looking forward to the amendments and motions on part of the bishops. We need to take our time to assess things. We cannot compromise on texts that are compromises itself. So I hope that we listen to each other well and that we can find a form to be courage together. We closed the speakers list. Gregor Botschul is next.
Three things. First of all, I would like to join the thank you words by Dr. Selman. I think it was a really good statement, and the words by Bishop Betzing really moved me. We need a massive commitment to this reform. And we come from the MHG study that has been said, and I do not see the systemic changes we so urgently need. Not only that, a lot of texts are too soft, and the structures are still in place, and our text will not help that they will be eradicated. And I would like to address the nuncio. I would like to invite you to really listen to us intensively and look at what moves the people. The problem we are facing is that we cannot go beyond certain texts, and the problems you mention from the Vatican do not actually exist. You have to look at the people, take into account the people who have been affected, who have suffered abuse. It has been proven scientifically, and I want you to acknowledge that, and then you will recognize that reform and changes are necessary. Regarding the proposed amendments by the bishops have deliberated among themselves. That's good, but unfortunately too late. And I think it's not really synodal that the bishops have their own consultation. We are here to consult and decide jointly, and not that the bishops have their deliberation before and then present their results. So I have no opportunity to deal with these topics before, to hear them in a synodal way, to study these proposed amendments in my spirit. And I think this approach the bishops have adopted is really not synodal. Ludger Obic is next. Yeah, I have a go. Thank you, Gregor. You gave a buzzword I'm going to use. I'm a sort of, I don't really know what to say. I'm helpless. I feel at a loss. The bishops well, yeah, we had the opportunity to shape this process together. They had the opportunity to use Antragsgrün as well. And now, at the last minute, they come up with things I have not heard of before. I don't know what is in their motions for amendment. So the bishops are not on a synodal path. They are on their own path, and now they are trying to get their voices heard without having involved us. And I'm sort of at a loss because I see that so many people are leaving the Catholic Church. I am shocked. You know, in my personal environment, people left the church, and we were actually serving together. We did youth work in Catholic associations, etc. We were all Catholic in our hearts, and some now said, no longer possible for me. And my hope was that we achieve results here that clearly say, at least for Germany, that we have embarked on another path. We have acknowledged that there needs to be structural consequences resulting from the abuse scandal. As a local church, we are in a good way. And I would like to express my thanks to the Synodal Assembly, Synodal Committee, so that they actually dealt in an appropriate manner with this question of secret or recorded vote. People who want to express their vote secretly, that you rejected this proposal. I thank you for that. Franz Josef Overbeck is next. About 3-4 weeks ago, we published our abuse study in the Diocese of Essen, which takes a social science approach, and it made it clear that not only is it necessary to focus on those affected, but also to prosecute all those who have been perpetrators. And of course, there's an impact on the communities, associations, etc. And the way it has been dealt with is important as well. So we have to look at the bigger picture and determine the actual consequences of abuse. It is empoisoning so many realities, and that has really shaken me. In this context, I read the Pope's letter to us again, the letter from June 2019, where he pointed out that on the one hand, of course, we should do what we are doing at the moment, which is evangelizing. And I think this is a good antidote against this poison we have been seeing. And second, he reminded us to develop a new sensus ecclesia, a new sense for the church, meaning, and I think we have come quite a long way. I thank you for that. And he said, otherwise we would not understand synodality. So I think this fits together pretty well. The studies that have been submitted, then the letter of the Pope. I was asked by a radio station how I approach Frankfurt and this conference, and I said, with a serene mind. And then they were asking, well, why are you serene? What are you doing here? And I think that's worth it, because this way we are going to stay together as a church. Thank you. The next person on our list is Gabriele Klingberg. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the Synodal Committee for your endurance, for your commitment on the Synodal path, especially with regard to taking a clear position in Prague. Thousands of religious education teachers are glad to hear about the new standard or model procedure, which means to make things easier for those who feel attracted and profess Christian values and norms, but which felt forced to hide part of their identity up to now. Now they can regain their authenticity. The damage resulting from decades of abuse and the lack of clarification in this regard is going to represent a charge, a burden. And this shows also, or this is reflected in the decrease in numbers of students of theology. I would also like to point out what the religious education teachers wrote when it comes to a letter to the Bishop and the Vatican. A number of young people, students who are following religious instruction classes at school, appreciate the message of Christ, of Jesus, and they appreciate Christian values. However, if church dignitaries do not respect this message and do not practice it, they turn the church into something which becomes incredible or lacks credibility. The question of one pupil was, as a Christian, the message of Jesus should be the measure I live up to. What about the bishops? Thank you very much. Bruno Robeck is next. I speak from my experience as a member of a religious order. And I think it is important that we don't let ourselves be put under pressure. And with the time passing, the pressure has increased. And I think this is always a bad thing. So we should not let our communication channels be cut off as well. I fear that several sites try to close these communication channels. This is why I regret, on the one hand, that Rome does not seem to appreciate our need for clarification. However, on the other hand, personally, I will not be able to participate in the elections for a Synodal Commission. I'm backing our texts and directives, and I think we need to continue to work on them, and we cannot spare Rome of a confrontation in this respect. However, I don't see any leeway for us to follow a synodal path against the will of Rome. According to my experience as a member of a religious order, is that problems cannot be solved if there's a lack of trust and resolutions are pushed through in a violent manner. This is why, in my opinion, we need to join our forces to get closer to each other again. Only then we will be able to found a new institution that makes sense. If you try differently, you will fail due to the lack of trust. I think we have a long way in front of us, and we have to walk this way appropriately. Lukas Nossa is next. When arriving, I was asked by many people what I was expecting, and I find it so difficult to find words for this because I know sort of what text we are going to be discussing and voting on. And I only know what the motions for proposed amendments by the Bishops' Conference are. I appreciate that you had a deliberation beforehand, but we can only work together if everybody is aware of what is going on. And I think it's really bad things that there seem to be motions prepared that not everybody is aware of, and we're going to vote on whether we will admit these motions for amendment. But I can tell you I will only vote on them if I know them beforehand. So I kindly ask you to submit them.
Wolfgang Klose is next. I'm standing here for two reasons. I would like to see you. This is why I stood up. And it's difficult for me to stay seated after all those months of assembly. Dear people who hesitate, now is the time, now is the hour. Our church, we need change. The abuse was to show that power supports and promotes men. The old perspectives on sexuality lead to painful moments and to patronizing people and to influencing them. The old image of women in church is old and outdated. I would like to live in a church that proclaims the good gospel of Jesus Christ in a true and open manner, characterized by participation, synodality, joint decisions, and the equal rights of everybody, independent of their sex and their sexual identity and their gender. Dear people who are courageous, we want to see a church that is fun to be in, and also that is able also in 50 years to enthuse people with passion and that can lead a viable future. Now is the time to bring about change, to make sure that the synodal path is going to be a path that continues. This is our only chance. Let's make use of it. I know that our texts are difficult at times. They are too progressive for some, and they are not progressive enough for others. We need to make sure that we can challenge these things.
Vielen Dank.
We need to be courageous.
Als nächstes hat Klaus Kuschinski das Wort.
Klaus Kuschinski is next.
Klose, wir haben uns nicht abgesprochen.
Wolfgang Klose, we did not align our texts. I stay seated, but what I have to say is similar to what you just said. There was a warning alert on mobile phones in Bavaria. It was a test run for a warning app. And now I'm speaking as a representative of the local church in Bavaria. And during past month, I had a lot of conversations with people on the ground on the synodal path. And everybody told me to make sure that I convey the message that there are high expectations from people on the ground, especially with regard to the bishops, making clear that they are willing to change things and to tackle things, that they move courageously ahead, that they are not hesitant. And I was also asked by people on the ground, if you are not part of those who are courageously and progressive, please bear with people who can do so and who are happy to do so. And please support those who have the courage to move ahead. I promise people to say so. This is about credibility. This is a major topic. Not sure if this is also a major topic among progressive and conservatory bishops. I don't think this is the case. I think this is a problem of credibility in general, because on a local level, we experience many things that lost credibility with regard to what we do. Our expertise is asked for less and less, and we, after those years dealing with structures, debates, and reforms in the context of our own structures, we demand for a courageous step towards the future. Next is Tim Oliver Kurzbach. First of all, I would like to thank all those men and women who were standing outside of the building welcoming us. And also, I would like to thank those who are connected to us remotely. I know that many people are with us in their prayers, in their hearts. I would like to thank them, and I'm happy to know that there are people interested in what we are discussing in the upcoming 3 days. I hope that we can really see the signs of the time and start acting upon them, despite the fact that our action seem to be things that dwell on scriptures and traditions. If we don't start to become active, there are many people who will be very frustrated. Outside, there is a society that is is changing at high speed. They need institutions like a church, institutions sharing on solidarity and love. But society is not going to wait for us until we provide answers. 3 years Corona, 1 year of war. This has an impact on people in our country. We need churches who make sure that people feel that sense of belonging together. But if we don't have solutions, or if we only discuss if men and women are equal in rights, and if love between men or between women, if we focus on these topics, we will not contribute to the debates in the societies. We lost thousands of people. They left the church. We must not forget them. The society needs a church, needs us as a church. This is why we have to become active again, and this is my desire towards this assembly. Finja Miriam Weber.
Ich habe auf der ersten Synodalversammlung
On the first assembly, I mentioned something that I need to
in dieser Versammlung auf
mention again. So we need to debate in a way that everybody can understand. I studied theology, and still I have to say, what are you speaking about? It's not always the case, but again and again, we speak in a way that people don't understand. I do understand we need to write theological texts, and in order to be of relevance on a universal church level, you need to integrate theology that is relevant, but we need to take a look at people in the society, people who in Germany want to be part of the church. So this is our homework for this Synodal Assembly and for the time after. Let us draft texts in a way and express things in a way that people in Germany, with or without theology courses, can understand what the texts are about, to make sure that they can speak about the text and then claim their rights. So let's speak in a manner that is understandable by people in our society. Gudrun Lux is next. Dear brothers and sisters, this is a difficult task because I have to speak in a way that everybody can understand. I hope I can do so. On our path, I learned a lot of different things. And I think we are well underway. We need to underline the positive things also. I remember the first assembly, some auxiliary bishop said, when you speak, I always think you're right, but it's so strange to me. So if we remain in our own bubbles, in our contexts, in the perspective of how we believe the world is, we will not make any progress. We need to encounter each other as people, not as bishops, Central Committee of Catholics, or religious congregations. We need to encounter each other as persons, and I think this is a good approach, and I hope this will not get lost after the assembly. But I also do believe that it is important that everybody knows that what we decide here will be a compromise. We stay within the systems, we argument within the system, but the system is not up to date anymore, and we need to disrupt the system. The church should not focus on itself. And it's not about saving the church either. What is at stake in my perspective, and I hope that you agree with me, what is at stake is to share the good news of Jesus from Nazareth. Because if we agree that he's the Christ and that this is a message that is important for us and for the children of tomorrow, we need to find ways and a language, and I agree with what Finja said, we need to find a language that helps us to represent this news and this message in a credible way. We cannot do that with the church of yesterday. Markus Wiegbach, Konrad. I come from the Bistum Mainz. I'm a priest, and I find myself under the impression of the last study that was published during the mass service in the parish with 200 people participating. And behind me, there was the honorary grave of an abuser. And when it comes to staying together, you know, it's all about a parish also staying together. People affected, those who cover it up, and people who understand that many things have been covered up. So staying together, you know, that can be painful also. But I do believe that this means that there are still people who would like to share responsibility with you, bishops. I think the time of the one-man show has passed. So even though people refer to the bishop after the publication of studies like that, and my bishop said, of course I have my personal opinion, but the reappraisal can only be successful in joining forces in the parish and by offering also to the bishops to share responsibility with them. And this is again something that is going to foster and to strengthen their office and their mandate, and also to struggle with each other to find new ways. Church needs to open the space of truth in face of all the lies, making it clear that we provide people with the possibilities to express their truth, to listen to them, and to look for individual ways with people in our society. I hope we can make some progress in that regard. Thank you so much. Last person on our list is Markus Leitschuh. And after that, the Synodal Committee is going to comment on some of the topics mentioned. Markus Leitschuh, the floor is yours. Maybe you heard about the online ChatGPT, and artificial intelligence is writing texts in real time. I put forward the following task: write a speech for the last assembly of the Synodal Path for the future of the Church. I quote the AI. Dear brothers and sisters in faith, this is what the artificial intelligence wrote. We are on our way in order to tackle the most urgent topics of the Church. We tried to shape a Church that faces the challenges of our times and that meets the needs of the faithful. Let's not forget that our path is not at its end. The work that we started needs to continue. We need to further open up and to listen to those who we want to reach. End of quote. This is what the artificial intelligence came up with. I do believe, so if this is an artificial intelligence saying this, we should also speak in similar ways from the perspective of the intelligence that is baptized and confirmed. We should do so today and tomorrow. Thank you so much, Mr. Leitschuh. Thank you so much to artificial intelligence. Thank you for your open words in this first debate and also for your disciplines to stick into the time frame. And the Synodal Committee is going to dwell on individual topics. We would like to dwell on two topics. First of all, Ms. Eckstein, to your consideration to make a point of order. We would like to make clear we deliberated on the agenda together with the expanded Synodal Committee, and it was important to us to create justice between the forums, because that has been difficult also in the past. The most important piece of content vis-à-vis what you mentioned is that the topic of abuse is not going to be pushed away. We are going to dwell on that topic here. And the last aspect, as presidents here, we do not reject this type of motion. I just wanted to bring forward our arguments for the agenda that we drafted. I would like to dwell on the two comments on the content of the motions on behalf of the Bishops' Conference. It is not our idea to hold back those motions. So we reconsidered the procedure defines that motions of this type have to be handed in during the debate, and this is what we prepared for. And apart from that, we do not only have the motions on 3 texts on behalf of the Bishops' Conference, there are more motions that are going to be raised in the context of the Assembly. So we will look for a way to make sure that we can present you with the text of the motions, because if that is helpful for you to tackle those texts, this might be of service for everybody. So this is a task for the Secretariat of the Synodal Office. So you find the motions, the text, either way tonight in the online platform for you available. Thank you so much. We move on to the first piece of content. As Michael mentioned already, we are going to share with you a couple of housekeeping advice, a couple of advice on the technicalities. Most of things are well known by you from former meetings, but to be on the safe side, we are going to repeat that. First of all, the visibility of the speakers, as you saw already. Sometimes the camera goes that other people are in front, so please move to your right or to your left to make sure that people speaking can be well depicted by the cameras. You have been sent the documentation in due time. You know, you got the program and the agenda. And at the end of the explanations that we are going to give you, we are going to make a mood survey on the agenda. As we saw already, we have a quorum. 223 members of the Assembly, 149 people need to be present in order to have a quorum, and I'm positive that we have 149 people present. Some people join us remotely of the Synod members. They have all the rights of a Synod member. They have been informed and instructed beforehand to make sure that we have a smooth participation in this Synodal Assembly. You got your remote device. Some of them tested it already. During the course of the Assembly, you will need it again and again when it comes to speakers list or when it comes to voting processes. You also need it on Saturday with regard to the elections. We are going to give you more information on the elections before the election process. One additional piece of advice. You were sent the election book, the booklet. And I hope you already considered who of those 60 people you would like to vote for people to be elected to the Synodal Commission. These people have numbers in the election booklet. I would like to advise you to take a look at the booklet and to make a list 1 to 20, and next to that, the numbers of the people in the election booklet with their name, but the numbers in the election booklet are the most decisive ones, and to cross them out once you vote. This is just a piece of advice. You don't have to take it, but you can, to make things easier. Just like me, you have a microphone, so if it's your turn, please push the button to make sure that everybody can hear us, and then you are also connected to the live stream. This brings me to the next topic. The live stream is streamed on YouTube and on the website of the Synodal Path to make sure that additional people can participate and follow up on what we do. They can listen to us, and I know from many people that they do. People who mentioned beforehand that they don't want to be depicted in the videos are going to be considered. And we limited the time available for the speakers list. 2 minutes were suggested. We stick to 2 minutes. And whenever need occurs, as you know, we are going to further limit and shorten the speakers' time to make sure that as many people as possible can contribute and we can listen to as many different perspectives as possible. The seating order here, to the left and to the right, more or less you should find the same people to your left and to your right, to your right or to your left or behind you or in front of you should be the similar people sitting there. It's the last Synodal Assembly in this constellation. Maybe you can make use of the time speaking to people around you and enjoy speaking to people around you, maybe. Speaking of enjoying, we can enjoy the good food, coffee and cake and soft drinks in the breaks. We're going to have break for food. There should be enough food for everybody, and this also contributes to a positive assembly. You find coffee outside and drinks at the coffee bar. And that is also helpful to keep you awake. But currently, I hear a lot of people speaking, so everybody is well awake. We would also like to thank all the technicians behind the black wall. Sometimes they hide behind the black wall. We would like to thank everybody for taking care of us so well with all technical matters and support us in technical glitches. At this point, I would also like to tell you, if your remote control does not work well, if the batteries are low or with any other technical glitches, you can always have your remote control replaced. Apart from that, we have interpreters translating our debates into Italian and into English. And I would like to ask those people who have prepared statements to make sure that they send everything to the interpreters. Everything is going to be dealt with caution, just to make sure that people can prepare for your contribution and interpret them accordingly. We have 9 texts on our agenda for a second reading, 1 text in the first reading. Apart from that, we have the report on the reappraisal of sexual abuse, sexualized violence, and on criminal and administrative jurisdiction. Let me give you some brief information on that. The expanded Synodal Committee on their session on February 2nd, together with all the presidents of the Synodal forums, they dealt with the texts and they established and drafted the program that has been presented to you together with the rest of the documentation. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this agenda, this program, should not. Well, the program can be changed, of course, but it sees already the support of the Synodal forums. On Saturday, we are going to have the elections for the Synodal commissions, and we'll also speak on the preamble of the committee and will also evaluate the different stages. Now I would like to hand over the floor to Michael for the mood survey. The Synodal Committee already commented on the agenda, so this is why we would like to show the agenda and have a mood survey. We don't need the device. So if you agree with the agenda, just to get an impression for the Synodal Committee and the Expanded Synodal Committee, please raise your hand. So for us, for the committees, do you agree with the agenda as it has been presented? Please make that clear by show of hand. This is the clear majority. Thank you so much. And this brings us to handing over to the first text that has been presented, second reading, the foundational text on priestly existence today.
And if I may, I'd just like to remind you that we again have to familiarize ourselves with the procedure, although there has been some routine established as we are in the fifth Synodal Assembly. The text will be presented by the chairs of the Synodal Forum in question, and then the Motions Committee will speak. What they did with the motions they received, they categorized the motions they received in Antragsgrün, and then there will be the possibility for a general debate. And at the end, there will be a voting on the different motions. There are three categories. The three categories summarize the motions, adoption, rejection, or modified version adopted. And if it's for, some points will be taken out of the text before the text will be voted upon. According to the different moduses, the 2/3 of the assembly, the 2/3 majority of the bishops present, and upon motion, the 2/3 of majority of women and non-binary participants. And this is exactly what we will start doing right now. And I would like to ask Bishop Peter Kohlgraf and Matthias Leineweber to present the text. Thank you.
Verehrte Synodale, ein herzlicher Gruß.
Distinguished Synod members, greetings. After the Second Synodal Assembly, numerous and comprehensive motions for revision of the foundational text had been submitted. The Motions Commission at that time had made proposals for revision. On the basis of these proposals for revision, the foundational text was adopted in the first reading with the necessary majority. The desired significant changes have been made to the first version in recent months and are now available for second reading in the revised foundational text. And Father Leineweber will present the changes. You might remember from the first reading that there were many amendments that were submitted and presented. In the last months, until the fourth Synodal Assembly, we worked on them. The second reading was supposed to take place already earlier, and we integrated the amendments. It was a very synodal way of proceeding. We were very grateful for the many remarks and points of inspiration you raised. 8 points I'm going to present because the text has changed quite a bit. The preamble has been very much shortened to a few basic statements and incorporated into the text now before us as Chapter 1, entitled Introduction. Second, a problem analysis has been included in relation to current developments in the Church based on the wish expressed by the Synodal Assembly. This can be found in the new Chapter 2, Developments in the Church of the foundational text. In the votes at the first reading, that's my third point, a reference to the MHG study was urgently requested. Since Forum 2 was particularly affected by it, it makes reference to priests in particular. And this reference was made quite extensively in the new Chapter 3, Changing Structures That Promote Abuse. In it, in the first part of the chapter, essential statements of the study are included, especially with regard to perpetrator profiles, clericalism, and recommendations of the MHG study, among other things regarding the education of priests. Similarly, the motions for the first reading requested that a reference be made to the orientation text and to the texts of the other forums. This was taken into account and can also be found in the new third chapter of the foundational text in subchapter 3.3, with the cross-references to other forum topics. Fifth, the request of the Second Synodal Assembly that the forum deal with the question of whether the priesthood is needed, which attracted a great deal of public attention, was complied with. During a one-day meeting, the forum dealt at great length with this question in a very controversial discussion, and they ultimately discussed the question of why the priesthood is needed. This discussion was reflected in the statements of the new Chapter 4, called Meaning and Aim of the Sacramental Ministry of Ordination. In these basic statements, the goals of the text are also named as requested by the Synodal Assembly. It should be noted that the foundational text does not provide ready answers to this fundamental question and the theology of priestly ministry, and thus reflects a certain openness and uncertainty that are evident in the current state of discussions. I think this is a pure synodal activity. We are on the way. The central section of the foundational text is the most detailed Chapter 5, Theological Reflections on Priestly Ministry, which contains much of the original foundational text from the first reading, which has been revised in light of the requests for changes received. Particular consideration has been given to the rootedness of priestly ministry in the theology of the people of God, and the Christ representation of the priest has been placed more firmly in the context of the Christ representation of the entire people of God. Basic statements on the sacramental ministry of the ordained ministry are found in the third subsection of Chapter 5, with references made to a multifaceted leadership responsibility and to other pastoral ministries. Seventh, finally, in the second part of Chapter 5, subsections 5.4 to 5.6, they deal with the personality of the priest, in particular the evangelical councils with the celibate form of life, the diverse ministry of priests in the context of the Synodal Church, and the necessary inculturation of priestly ministry into contemporary social life. Finally, and that's the last point, the brief, newly prepared summary of the foundational text makes reference to the implementation texts of Forum 2. For instance, the question of celibacy. This is a question we will also discuss on the occasion of this Synodal Assembly. The question of professionalization in dealing with priestly ministry, a plural ministry structure, and the situation of non-heterosexual priests. These implementation texts take up in a comprehensive way further requests for changes that were introduced during the first reading.
Zusammenfassend soll gesagt werden, dass
In summary, it should be said that the clear structure of the revised foundational text has responded to the request for a clear methodology. In its work, the Forum has made use of process accompaniment, as recommended by the Synodal Assembly at the first reading. The foundational text presented offers a pastoral approach to the question of priestly existence today, and seeks to present basic theological statements in language understandable to the people of God, as well as current problems. In this context, it pleads for an opening of compulsory celibacy and likewise for new conditions of admission to the priestly ministry open to all. This is then further elaborated in the corresponding implementation texts. The foundational text presented does not offer a conclusive and comprehensive theology of sacramental ministry, but it does provide essential and helpful suggestions for working on a further development of priestly ministry in the sense of a reception of the theology of the Second Vatican Council and of a synodal church.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Labuda, we're going to present the work of the Motion Commission. The report of the Motions Committee also refers to the situation of September 2022, since the text was originally to be voted on the Synodal Assembly number 4. There will be a motion, however, regarding Chapter 2, that is about the statistical numbers, those who attend church services, etc. There's a new statistics now that displays the dynamism more clearly. We would like to update the numbers. I don't know if we're going to do that first. No, please present your work first, and then we will refer to this motion to see if the Assembly will allow for this motion to be discussed. To clean up wording errors, the drafting group has already met again, but the corrections could no longer be fed in. So we'd like to ask you to trust the editorial amendments introduced. The foundational text on priestly existence today, which was presented to you after the changes made by Bishop Kohlgraf and Mr. Leineweber, was edited again in the fall of 2022 on the basis of motions and with a total number of 153 amendments to be dealt with, and some further comments were introduced. As you'll see in a moment for the vote in toto, we were able to accept or reject numerous motions in agreement with the proposers without controversy. 47 motions were accepted and 59 were rejected, in large part because they had already been dealt with by other motions. In Category 3, Modified Acceptance, we count 47 applications. We have not classified any motion in Category 4, but I'd like to give a brief insight into the basic inquiries in the text, which may be clarifying for the coming discussion. With some amendments, but even more through the comments, the criticism was formulated that the foundational text didn't give a clear answer to the question of whether, and finally for what, the priesthood is needed. Father Leineweber pointed that out. Indeed, on this point, in the text we formulate a certain perplexity on the question of a viable vision for the future of priestly ministry. Nevertheless, as described in the presentation of the foundational text, there are important further impulses. This seemed to us the most honest statement at the present time. Not as an expression of, as we were accused of, theological helplessness, but rather as a pragmatic approach. All attempts at an answer must first prove themselves in the transformation processes of the Church. To manage this in 3 years and with a purely national option for action is not possible for us. Here we invoke the discussion on the first reading, in which the forum was encouraged to leave questions open if there were no clear answers. The criticism can be divided into 2 directions, although they are in opposition to each other fully. On the one hand, a new, sustainable priestly identity is to be described. On the other hand, the existing theology is to be brought into awareness anew. On the one hand, we are to start from changed conditions, keyword compulsory celibacy, gender justice, which, however, do not yet exist. And on the other hand, we are to describe a priestly ministry which gives new appreciation to this in proven tradition and to carry this out in theological deepening. Looking at the comments, it seems that we are facing an impossible task. In some cases, the question rises whether the criticism is really directed at the elements of the text, or rather at the thing itself, the current state of priestly ministry and its theological and practical location. At times, one can read a concern to discredit current incumbents and potential candidates. In this regard, it should be said that we did not feel the need to emphasize good ministry, but we did feel the need to highlight grievances in order to be able to address them. This, too, was expressly assigned to us in the first reading. Thirdly, among the multitude of theologically motivated amendments and comments, one topic in particular can be identified whose basic approach has implications for the description of a future for priestly ministry. This concerns the correct starting point for the continuation of the theology of the Second Vatican Council in the emphasis of Lumen Gentium 10, in which the togetherness of the common priesthood of the faithful and the priesthood of ministry is formulated. So there are two different poles in the discussion. Does one think of priestly ministry primarily from its sacramentality and involvement in the sacramental structure of the Church, and thus in connection with the sacrament of the Eucharist and the other sacraments? Or that's the other trend, is the priestly ministry to be focused on the role as enabler of the baptized's vocation to the common priesthood and thus to be described in a more functional way? Both approaches are found in the foundational text. We didn't want to decide in favor of one of the two directions, and then led to inquiries of the other view in the commentaries. The discussion in Antragsgrün also included the conditions for admission to the priestly ministry and its form of life as inquired about in the action texts from Forum 3 and 2, as well as the knowledge of the clearly declining number of applicants and the pastoral practical necessity of rethinking. We are on the way to a rather post-clerical age. Amongst other things, in view of the statistical figures, we can expect to have significantly fewer priests and in some places no priests at all. Looking forward to the following debate, we thank already now all those who have participated in the discussion in advance. We wish you good deliberations, and I'm standing here on behalf of the Motions Commission, Dr. Leineweber, Dr. Bettina Karwart, Nicole Maria Schmidt, and Charlotte Dietrich as a Managing Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela Labuda, for introducing us to the work of the Motions Committee. Now I would like to ask you to propose the motion for amendment, and I would like to ask our technical support to put that amendment or that motion for amendment up on the screen. Michaela Labuda will introduce the motion. That motion that we're talking about is a new one that just shortly came in. So we will have to vote on whether we would like to vote on this amendment. So please take out your remotes and listen to what Michaela Labuda will say now, and we will give you time to read the motion up on the screen. Do you want me to read out the motion? So this is about for those of you who have the texts in front of yourselves, go to line 77 to 106, and the motion is the following. We want to update the numbers, the demographic changes. So in chapter 2, we put in the numbers from 2020. Now we have new statistical numbers, so we would like to update the statistical numbers in chapter 2. That would make sense. That would make sense to us. So we motion to update the numbers. No, what you do is you ask us to accept this motion so that we can vote on it, right? Yes, so I'm asking everyone present. So what we're talking about is we want to update the numbers. Do you need time to read through that? Just nod or shake your head no? Okay, I see you all shaking your head no. So I would like to ask you to take your remotes and vote on the following. If you want to accept this motion, if you want to discuss this motion in our forum today, if you want to vote on that, press yes. If you don't want to vote on this motion today, press no. And of course, you can abstain. We are not voting on the content of the motion now. That is what we're going to do later, after the motions from the fourth category. Right now, we're only voting on whether we want to vote on this motion today at all. So if you want to vote on it, vote yes. If you don't want to vote on it, abstain or vote no. And please remember, if you press the 1, 2, or 3, always press OK afterwards, and then your remote should say transmitted or received. So we have a couple of people who voted already, so that seems to work. You seem to remember how that works. We have 192 votes already, so let's take a couple of seconds more. And in 5 seconds, we are going to close the vote. 3, 2, 1. And now we closed the vote. So we have 199 votes. Let's have a look at the results.
Das ist sehr eindeutig.
That is very clear. We have almost 94% of people voting in favor of accepting this motion into the discussion. So that's what we're going to do. And we are going to open that discussion right now. So we'll open the general debate. And if you would like to be put on the speakers list, you can do that now. The speakers list is hereby open. Please remember, we still have a speaker's time of 2 minutes. You see that up on the screen. And if we need to, we can actually shorten the speaker's time. So, Professor Knoop, I didn't really want to speak first, but I would like to thank the Motions Committee and the Forum, because the text that we are talking about is the text that developed most over the course of the synodal path. And I think that many of us also developed personally. I put forth a couple of motions for amendments about the theological side of things, and the where we stand now. That is something that I can live with. I think looking at where we stand, looking at presenting the challenges that we have, that is what we want to do. We don't want to have ready-made solutions. We have different theological approaches that have different focuses, so we could not find a solution for everyone, but I think we responded well to the transformation and the problems that we currently see. Thank you very much, Professor Emons. I concur. The version that we received in August of last year, well, I thought that version was a bit difficult, but we worked on it. The version we have now is way more precise, especially what is in line 488. There it's about the fact that we don't want to sacralize a specific person. That is stated very clearly. There are a couple of things where we could get better, especially when it comes to the Christ representation outside of the sacraments. There are two different positions on that topic in the text right now that are in conflict with each other. So well, we have a text that doesn't need to be as coherent as a master's thesis in theology, let's say. So I think we can live with the text as is. It is a compromise. We have two different positions in it. It's okay. And yeah, I would just recommend that we ratify, that we adopt this text. Thank you. Dr. Neha. I would also like to express my gratitude for the new text. The first version was very difficult, in my opinion, but we found a good answer to the questions that we asked. What the priestly ministry is supposed to be. That question was considered almost a sacrilege. But I think we showed that having this debate makes sense. We want to be open here. The priestly ministry is going to develop. We haven't finished the process here. Also, looking at gender equality, priestly ministry, priesthood needs to develop. It will change. So the only criticism that I have is that sometimes in some places in the text we talk about us being not sure, and I think that's not true anymore. The text that we have now shows that we are very sure and that we are looking towards the future. So thank you very much that we have this text, that we got it together, and that we can walk forward with it, and I would also like to recommend that we adopt it. Father Utenreuter, you're up next. The text has gotten better, clearly, but I'm still not satisfied. There are two things that I'm missing, especially. Firstly, I would have liked to see a definition of what clericalism actually is. If we look at the paper on how to prevent abuse from the Diocese of Limburg, there is a lot that we could have adopted from there. And then I would have liked to see a better connection between the lack of new vocations and the covering up of crimes. We are accepting priests into that position that are not fit to be in that position, and then we put them into positions where they shouldn't be. So I see a connection there between overburdening or putting people in positions where they shouldn't be, but putting them there because we don't really have anyone else. And that is something that I would have liked to be more clear in the paper. And that would actually underline the urgency that we have here in this regard. Thank you very much. A note of procedure: during the next speaker, we're going to close the speaker list. So have yourself put on the speaker list if you want. Archbishop Koch. About the statistics, I would like to urge you that we need to see that we need to view the statistic as in a broader context. There is not a single area, not a single sector in the economy today where we don't lack skilled labor, be that in medicine or in the industry, wherever there's a lack of skilled labor everywhere. Secondly, about sacramentalism, what I think is theologically important is the approach that we put in the paper. I would say for the identity of the priestly ministry, we need those two aspects. We won't reach a point in time where we can say it's either or. Thirdly, I regret, and I said that during the first reading, I regret that there is no appreciation of candidates for priesthood. Last week, I spoke to two young men who asked themselves whether they can withstand the pressure that would exist on them from the society and the church when they would opt to become a priest. So that is something that I would have loved to see. that there is appreciation for candidates for priesthood, and that is something that those two young men that I talked to, that would have been good for them to have in the paper. All right, thank you. We have now closed the speakers list, and next, Rolf Steinhäuser is up. I'm very happy to see how the text has developed, and I would like to lend it my approval. I do have one problem, though. On the second page of the synopsis, first paragraph, in the new text, there's 4 bullet points that ask for, or that 4 bullet points actually make the text way more concrete than the first text. It says that the gender-based acceptance into priesthood is discriminatory and needs to be done away with. Originally, it said that the exclusion of women from admission to the priesthood causes consternation and should be re-examined. That is a formulation that I could have lived with. The new formulation is something that I can't approve of, and if that formulation stays in the document, I will vote against it. Thomas Söding. At an earlier meeting, we saw that the entire assembly, that some players tried to discredit the entire assembly because the question was asked, why are there even priests in the Catholic Church? So that attempt to discredit us internationally as well, that is something that I saw as something very unfair. That defamation was rooted in the thought that if we went for a difficult question and went at it from an analytical point of view, that would actually put into question whether priesthood is valid or not. So we are getting together here to reflect, to exchange ideas, and to get to a differentiated judgment. So it's absurd to accuse us of wanting to completely do away with priesthood. The forum is about priesthood. So I am very thankful that the forum actually withstood those tries to discredit it. I'm thankful that we accepted the critical impulses and that we moderated the tone of the document. I am worried that we are talking about a specific type that is not being accepted amongst young men today. I am completely convinced that we need to focus on the resources and not on the lack of candidates. Thank you, Karl-Heinz Wiesemann. What's important to me is that it becomes clear that priesthood is needed and can't be done away with. I am very active in the ecumenical scene, and in many ecumenical dialogues, we talked about that again and again, that we need to make very clear what we want to say. It is a real shame that we weren't able to underscore it more, how the situation can be changed and how this office can become more attractive. I believe, however, that we created a foundation. This is not a finished text. We need to keep on working on it. In response to Rolf Steinhäuser, I would think it would be a huge shame if one formulation would doom the entire text. We came together here. We voted on sending this text to Rome and having it examined. So we should stay with it and should stick with what we actually decided on, because we did have a majority for all of what we put into the paper. So let's stick with that.
Hinter der nächsten Rednerin ist ein kleines Wölkchen.
And the next speaker has a little cloud next to their name. So that means they will speak to us remotely. Susanne Schumacher-Gonebuber. Yes, hello. Thank you for having me and getting me here remotely. I would say that the text is better, but it's still not good enough. It's still not done. So it is very difficult for me to approve of this text, to vote in favor of it. We have a very clear analysis. We name the authoritative system that brought all these difficulties with it. But then we carry on in a very traditional way. We talk about clerical ministry and about ordained priests being in a higher and elevated position. I am missing a critical and historical approach to things, because that would have helped to open up and develop new aspects. So for those reasons, and I'm sorry, for those reasons I can't approve of this text and vote in favor. Margaret Eckhold. I would like to thank the Forum and the Motions Committee for the very precise presentation of that very complex work that was done. We are working on one of the biggest theological construction sites of our time. The text has developed, and I am in favor of voting yes on this text. It's important to keep developing this text, of course. The worldly influences are very important here, but the further development is important. But if we look at the local church here in Germany, and if we look at the Synodal Commission, then focusing and looking at the questions of power, sacramentalization, and also looking at women in sacramental offices, we need to look at that. We need to understand priesthood newly, differently. We need to understand it in a way that is really there to share the message of Christ. Those debates actually merge here. We need to continue. We need to continue developing that discussions. We need to have that sacramental access. So we need to have both theological approaches here. So Christ representation in the office, in ministry, of course, but also representing Christ together as the people of God, representing Jesus, the poor Jesus of Nazareth. And that is something that is reflected in the text, so I would urge you to vote yes on the text. Next up is Regina Nagel, and she comes to us remotely. I almost skipped over her in the speakers list. That was by accident, of course. Thank you very much. Work wasn't easy in the Forum. I understand that. But I am still not sure about the text. I share that uncertainty. The analysis in the text is very fitting, but then keeping on reading the following chapters, I really wondered whether they fit with the analysis. And I have the impression that the other chapters try to save something that can't be saved anymore, and that don't fit with our time. One point here is vocations, new priests. New priests are open to synodality. So young candidates for priesthood support that we keep developing the understanding of priesthood, as Ms. Eckholt has said. I would like to quote a colleague of mine who works in a neighboring diocese. She works with many candidates for priesthood, and she said, if any of those guys would be my boss at one point in time in the future, I would have to leave the church because I could not stand that. So, yeah, I think the text should contain even more uncertainty. Holger Dörnemann is up next.
I was an advisor in Forum 4, Spirituality. I have a pastime I would like to show you briefly. The bishop synods of the last years, since the pontificate of Pope Francis, I observed them very closely. The Amazonia Synod, amongst other things, the Bishop Synod has rules of procedure, and they were adopted, and it's called Episcopalio Omnio, and it stipulates that if a final document was drafted, thanks to the adoption by the Pope, it becomes part of the official doctrine. Why am I saying this? We have a series of documents, Presbyterium Auditis. We quoted many different documents by different popes, but a document is missing that was adopted in the Celibacy document, the concluding paper of the Amazonian Synod, which is part of the ordinary teaching nowadays. And I'm saying this because this topic is connected to the celibacy of priests and the foundational texts, the evangelical councils. If an opening is the intention, something that we ask ourselves, but we also explain it very specifically. And our mandate is to come up with criteria. And this already is a mandate in the context of the ordinary teaching. I'm saying this to state that we are on safe grounds here. More than 30 years ago, I studied in Mainz, and I witnessed this system of not wanting to know, not wanting to see. I experienced that myself. And this is why I understand the focus on the paper on clericalism, what Gregor Hoff pinpointed as the regime of celibatory sacral power. And this is overshadowed, this focusing on clericalism, this is overshadowing the whole paper. I spoke to colleagues in Speyer, and they say it doesn't refer to our life, and it's not encouraging at all. That has been stated already. It's not encouraging for the many vocations who try to do their best, and it's not encouraging for young men who think about whether they have the vocation or not. And this is why it's not encouraging enough. A lot has to happen in the church, much more. Has to be unveiled of what has been covered up. And I would wish this document to be more encouraging when it comes to life in holiness. I'm not only. I don't want to be. I want to be a priest by existence, not just by sacrament. And I want everybody to be able to surrender to God, to offer themselves to God as a sacrifice. But the discourse of the text, the message of the text is not encouraging. And this is how I find it difficult to give my consent to this text. And the last speaker on the list is Dr. Konstantin Bischoff. The text is a compromise, the way it has been drawn up. And the Motions Committee pointed this out very clearly. For me, the question arises, as we're talking about a foundational text, what sign would be sent out if we didn't agree to it, if we didn't adopt it? There are some sections we would not accept. as Mr. Steinhäuser just pointed out. And there are many people who are just looking at what does the Synodal path state after the discussion. This text is not complete. It's not finally done yet, but the right questions are asked. And I think we can be encouraging. It can be encouraging for priests and for those who hold a ministry. I'm one of them. And the alternative would be to not have a text. And this is no alternative for me. And this is why I would like to ask people of both sides to think about whether or not which sign we want to send, to adopt the text or not adopt it. And in many instances, I've also criticized the text in other readings. And I think things have moved, have developed, and I think we should appreciate it. And at the end is just a beginning. And I think that regarding this last foundational text, this is the reason why I'm going to adopt it, although there are still deficits in the text. Thank you very much. And we are going to discuss the amendments right away. I'm sure you remember the proposals. We are going to vote on category number 1 first. The motions committee presents those motions that they recommend for adoption. We're going to show them in a moment with the different numbers. In the assembly, we can also read that in Antragsgrün. And I think that this is what you've done before, because the information has been available for quite some time. And as I don't see any other requests for the floor, we would like to ask the technicians to show the different motions. That was fast. Thank you so much. And now we would like to proceed to the vote of whether or not you will follow the recommendations of the Motions Committee to adopt these motions. Please take your remote control and either yes, no, or abstention.
Das geht sehr schnell.
So that was very fast. We are at 193, 195 votes cast already. We're going to wait for a little more while.
Und schließen die Abstimmung.
And now we are going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1. And now. 202 out of 209 votes cast. We see the following result, a very clear vote, 98.33 votes trust the Motions Committee, so the category is adopted. And then there is the second category, those who are recommended for rejection. Here you see the numbers of the different motions. For those of you who are only watching us on the screens, it's not really easy to see. But I hope you can also understand it. And we'd like you to cast your vote. If you are in favor of the recommendations of the Motions Committee, so to reject these motions, please press 1. If you are not in line with the recommendations of the Motions Committee, please press 2, or you abstain. Please cast your vote now. You're much faster than I am. You're already voting, and we are already getting close to the 200 votes, which is the threshold. And we are closing the vote in 3, 2, 1 in this moment. Thank you very much. And here you see the result in a moment. You'll see it. Here you see a very clear result. More than 93% are in favor of the proposal submitted by the Motions Committee. The motions are rejected. This brings us to the third category, those motions that have been modified by the Motions Committee, and they propose it to be accepted in that modified form. if you want to follow the suggestions by the Motions Committee, here you see the motions. Please cast your vote now. Yes. If you don't agree to the motions in modified form, you press 2 or you abstain. Some first votes have already been submitted.
Wir sind wieder über 190.
And we are exceeding 190 votes, and we are closing the vote in 3, 2, 1, now. And 198 votes have been cast, and the result is as follows. Again, a very clear vote. A trust placed in the Motions Committee is shown, 94.5% in favor, and this means that the modified amendments have been adopted. This brings us to category 4 and other amendments. In category 4, no amendments that had already been submitted in due time were treated, and this is why we come to the amendment Michela Labuda handed in at short notice, and you already decided a moment ago that we're going to discuss this amendment. Just as a reminder, it was about the updating of the numbers because of the fact that there are new numbers, more recent numbers, which have been published. And we would now open the list of speakers again if there was the need for discussion. You can also nod. No, there doesn't seem to be the need for discussion regarding this amendment. And no speakers are on the list. And this would bring us to the vote on this amendment on the updating of the numbers. Please take your device. And if you want to follow this motion for amendment regarding the updating of the numbers, please click yes. Ja. Now you can see it. If you don't agree, press 2 or abstain. So we close the vote, and please press OK after you press on 1 or 2 or 3 so that your vote can be counted, because sometimes we tend to forget that. We close the vote in 3, 2, 1. Now. And the result is as follows. 190 votes have been cast, 191 in favor, 3 against, 4 abstentions, 198 in total. So this amendment was adopted. And this brings us to the last vote. The foundational text is available. I see 2 motions on the rules of procedures. I haven't seen which one came in first. Professor Tiefensee, please present your motion. I would like to present the motion for a third reading for this text. It sounds a little weird because it's the last assembly, but it's been noted many times that this text is not done yet, and it was changed so much regarding the first reading that this basically is the first reading, although not from a legal point of view. And this is why I would like to ask this assembly to not have a final vote, but to give the text back to the forum or whoever will be in charge of dealing with this text further. We want the biblical foundation to be stronger, more strongly discussed, and other components that have been mentioned during the discussion. We should also include this in the text so that this text really is the result of the assembly, and we want to be able to justify and be able to say that we all back this text. So this motion on the rules of procedure, this is letter H, to have a third reading. Is there anyone who is formally against this? I see a formal opposition, so we are going to have a vote on this motion. Are you in favor of not voting on this text today, but having a third reading? Please vote yes. And if you are in favor of voting on the text now, rejecting the motion that has just been presented, press 2. This is unequivocal, more or less, the way it is pointed out. So click yes if you are in favor of the motion on the rules of procedure, and press no if you are against this motion on the rule of procedure. The voting has already been ongoing for a while. I'm also going to vote now. And we're going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1, now. And we have 205 votes cast. The motion is rejected. 20% in favor, 80% against, and 12 abstentions. So this means that the text will be voted upon today. I have another motion on the rules of procedure, which I've seen. Mr. Poschun. Yes, I'd like to submit it according to the rules of procedure on vote by name. And there's a formal opposition to that. We are going to vote it. If you want a name-based vote on this motion, press yes. If you're against, click 2 or abstain.
Wir nähern uns der 200er-Grenze.
We are getting close to the threshold of 200, and we're going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1. Yes, now. And the result will be shown in a second. That was a tight vote. And this motion on the rules of procedure, we need a simple majority. It was adopted. 52% of votes in favor and 47 against and 7 abstentions. With that, the motion on the rules of procedure has been adopted, and there will be a vote with the name of the person who votes, a recorded vote. And I see another motion on the rules of procedure. According to paragraph 6.2, I submit the motion for an extra 2/3 majority of women. Is there a formal opposition to this? I don't see any. This motion has been adopted. We can proceed to the vote. Do you adopt the text with the amendment that we've just adopted? If so, press yes. If no, press 2 or abstain.
Wir kommen gut und schnell voran bei einer hohen.
We are progressing quite fast, and we're very disciplined in this meeting. Thank you very much for that. And we are very excited to see the result, to see if this text has united the necessary majorities of this assembly. And we are closing the possibility to vote in 3, 2, 1 second, and now. The possibility to vote is over. 201 votes have been cast, and we are very interested in seeing if it's a majority, which is the case, more than 88 votes in favor, and 21 votes against, and 14 abstentions, and there is a dual 2/3 majority needed of the bishops present and the women and the non-binary participants, and this is why we would like to ask you to show how the bishops voted.
Ich war noch nie gut in Mathe, aber eine
I was never good in maths, but I think this is a 2/3 majority. Majority of 2/3.
Und ob dieser Text angenommen wird, das sehen
And
wir
if this text will be adopted or not, we'll see that in a moment. We also need a 2/3 majority here, which also is the case, a very clear vote, and the text is adopted.
Ja, Sie werden schon leicht unruhig.
I see some unrest here, and that's no problem.
Allerdings sollten Sie zumindest die Ohren noch
But
kurz spitzen.
please listen up,
Großes Kompliment an Sie.
because I'd like to express a compliment, because we are very well time-wise. Well, we shouldn't emphasize that too much at this point, but it's something that I really appreciate. And now we are going to have a spiritual moment, and then we'll have a 20 or 30 minutes coffee break. And this will last until 5:15, and then we will reconvene. I'd like to make a remark. I spoke about an exercise book, like the election book. Katharina Gaskes has withdrawn her candidature. It was election number 17. She no longer stands for election.
Den Hintergrund, wenn Sie da die Person auswählen, Katharina Geskes steht.
Just for you to know, she's no longer on the list of candidates. And 5:15, please be back at 5:15 on time, ready to reconvene, just because of friendliness and for the sake of those who follow us on the stream, because we want to continue at 5:15 sharp. Thank you and have a nice break.
At our spiritual moment, we want to introspect. We want to take a moment now, and in doing so, we would like to pick a focus that has already been mentioned today. In the books of the prophets, it always starts with, in the beginning, there was the Word of God. That was true in the book of Amos and in others as well. Those books are translations. They are translations from something internal, and that is translated into written language. I'm looking at the sign language interpreter, and I see that in action. So we live translation here. We translate the things that are important to us into something that others can understand, into something where others see what is behind these words. So maybe let's introspect now what words struck us, what touched something in us. So let's take a moment of silence and listen back to the words that we heard.
Sprich du das Wort, das tröstet und befreit und das mich für
May you speak the word that comforts us, that liberates us. Open up the land that doesn't know any borders, and let me live amongst your children. You are my breath when I pray to you. Have a good pause. Have a good break. So now would be a perfect time to return to your seat. Tonight and also over the course of the next 2 days, you will have ample time to talk amongst yourselves. So, the next point on the agenda is point 4.2. The topic is Celibacy of Priests, Encouragement and Opening. It's the second reading of that implementation text. So please quiet down. Please be respectful of all the Synod members. Please quiet down and focus on the agenda.
Als Vertreterin des Synodalforums,
as representative of the Synodal Forum, I would like to welcome Sister Katharina Klutmann. You can come up on stage if you like, and when you are going to start talking, I think everyone is going to quiet down.
ich würde ungern unhöflich werden, aber es wäre wirklich...
I would prefer to not become impolite. It would be fair to quiet down now and give the floor to Sister Katharina Klutmann. That would also be respectful to the viewers of this stream, because they can't hear anything otherwise. So, we said we were to reconvene at 5:15. That's what we agreed on. I think it's in our shared interest to continue our work now, because we need enough time for the discussion. Okay, you are quieting down. Thanks for that.
Liebe Schwestern und Brüder, liebe Geschwister.
Brothers and sisters, I'm speaking here on behalf of the editorial team of the implementation text, The Celibacy of Priests, Encouragement and Opening. This text is in its second reading. The editorial team consists of Dr. Arno Zalauer, Dr. Ednard Büttner, Father Simon Hacker, Regens Hartmut Niehus, and myself. The text was already available for the last Synodal Assembly. Since then, we were not allowed to work on it. So, for example, the text still says something about the Synod on synodality that was to last until 2023. Back then, we didn't know that it would get extended. The text deals with what is commonly called, but it's not called that in the text, so it's about abolition of compulsory celibacy. So that means the question whether diocesan priests must live celibate lives, emphasis on must. Our text affirms that celibacy can be a good way of life for priests as well. I strongly, very strongly urge you that after centuries in which celibacy was placed above other forms of life and where other forms were bad-mouthed, that we don't do the opposite and now speak ill of celibacy. That would not do justice to it and to the many people who live this form of life gladly. So let's remain sensible, please. But the text clearly questions, and for the clarity, your many inputs in the first reading and now in the preparation for a second reading have helped a lot. Thank you for that. The text now clearly questions that there is currently the commitment to live a celibate life in the Catholic Church. The text speaks out against this, considering various steps. Of course, we know that this question will not be decided in Germany. We want to bring our proposals to the Universal Church, and we vote for different steps. First of all, for the big one, the complete exemption. Even before the Universal Church comes to an overall decision here, we are voting for partial steps, which I will only mention here very briefly. So that would be dispensations, viri probati, and particular church regulations. We also address those who are already ordained, both of those who are still exercising their priesthood and those who have had to end to exercise their priesthood because they live in partnership now. We make use of the right expressly granted by the Synodal Commission not to press the text into the normal scheme of introduction, vote, and justification. We are doing this because we are deeply convinced that discernment of spirits is appropriate and meaningful here. Besides that, we also think that it is politically wise, both in the context of our assembly and in the context of the dialogue in the world church. I urge you once again, it would be fatal if those of us who want to formulate more sharply, if those voted against the text, although we all agree on its substantive goal. If that were to happen, we might end up in a situation where the votes of those who want to make the wording stricter, together with those who do not want to open the celibacy at all, that they lead to a rejection of the text. I would not be alone in finding this extremely regrettable. This question will become virulent in the wording of Vote 1, which we are about to vote on individually in Category 4. After many years, after many decades, I personally have changed my view on the topic. I live in celibacy, but am now against compulsory celibacy. So I would rather have a somewhat softer formulation that gets a majority and is therefore communicated to Rome, rather than a sharper formulation that leads to a rejection of the text. But that brings us to the Motions Committee's inputs. Thank you, Sister Katharina. And you already mentioned it. Now the floor goes to the Motions Committee. So we received 75 motions. Of those, 2 motions were withdrawn, so we had to deal with 73 amendments. 17 persons had submitted 1 or more amendments. The Motions Committee met 3 times after the submission of the motions, and our committee consists of the participants of the editorial team, so that's Sister Katharina, Mr. Bittner, Ms. Hacker, and 2 of us, so Katharina Abeln and me, Ansgar Puff. The committee was supported by the expertise of Mrs. Charlotte Dietrich. The Motions Committee recommends to accept 15 amendments. These submissions, in the opinion of the Motions Committee, strengthen, underscore, or complement the implementation text. The Motions Committee recommends rejecting 34 amendments. These rejections are divided into the following: 7 rejected motions because they are overridden by another, more far-reaching amendment. 4 rejections are based on the fact that those amendments relate exclusively to the wording. 23 amendments that want to delete the first part of the text, the introduction, the sevenfold yes, unrest among God's people, and they want to delete those in part or in whole. It seems to make the votes called for later in the text unclear. We also rejected requests for additions that should not be subject of our text, but should be part of another text of the Assembly. The Motions Committee recommends to adopt 23 amendments in a modified form, so that would be category 3. Here, the content and linguistic aspects of the proposers were taken into account to the greatest possible extent and were incorporated into the overall wording. Vote 2 was divided into 3 individual votes, vote 2 and 4. In this way, the voting order was made clearer by using clearer wording. One amendment falls under category 4, separate vote. That is the amendment number 22. The original text is going to be shown later. That the text is in line 162, 163, and I quote, "The Synodal Assembly requests the Holy Father to reconsider in the synodal process of the World Synod the linking of the granting of holy orders with the commitment to celibacy." The amendment would like to replace the word reconsider with the word rescind. So the text would then read, "The Synodal Assembly asks the Holy Father in the synodal process of the World Synod to rescind the link between the conferral of holy orders and the commitment to celibacy." So it's the difference here is whether we ask the Holy Father to re-examine or to do away with the commitment to celibacy. Thus, we would like to vote on it specifically because it is of utmost importance. We believe that the question comes into view here what we actually want to do. The motion committee would like to recommend to vote against. We favor the formulation that asks to re-examine. So the motions committee would propose to vote against the amendment number 22. We are going to vote on that in a separate vote later. After the deliberation of the motion commission, the proposers of the motions were able to comment on the proposals of the commission. 5 people gave 28 responses in total. The motions committee then revised 2 motions that had previously been accepted and modified them. 2 motions that had previously been rejected were now accepted by the motions committee in a modified form as a result of that feedback. That concerns the amendment number 26. The text here reads now, "The Synodal Assembly asks the Holy Father if the general exemption of the promise of celibacy is eliminated from future priests to consider whether that would also be true for already ordained priests." The second amendment would be number 56. The text now reads, "A yes to the fact that a diocesan priest's celibacy can be an appropriate witness, a real symbol." These changes are already included in the numbers just given in category 3. And in conclusion, we would like to thank everyone who submitted motions. Thank you for your participation. Special thanks go out to the editorial team of the Synodal Forum number 2. They worked with passion on preparing the text for the second reading. The motion commission now recommends a separate debate and vote on amendment 22 and then a corresponding vote on the entire text. Thank you very much for introducing the issue, and thank you for the work of the entire motions committee. And now we would like to enter into a general debate. I would like to ask you to sign up to be put on a speakers list. You can use your remote for that. And our first speaker is Auxiliary Bishop Dominikus Schwaderlapp. The text points out that the life and the way priests organize their life in celibacy, that needs to be re-examined again and again. The circumstances have changed over the last decades in the parishes and also in families. Very few priests live in a vita communis today. Young priests want to live in a vita communis. That wish is very strong with young people. And it's also visible that cases of abuse often happen after 8 to 10 years of priesthood. So the question is, what happened in the first 8 to 10 years? The risk of failing celibacy is something that is real. Many faithful that I talk to, especially young people, ask me again and again about celibacy. And I see that they don't reject it. They just find it special and different. Also, many faithful are thankful for the celibate lives that their priests live. Celibacy only makes sense if Jesus Christ exists. Celibacy shows the priest that he is more than just someone who fulfills a function. And putting away or doing away with celibacy and breaking that link at ordination would be something that impoverishes priesthood. So I would urge you to vote against this text. Thank you. Professor Ulrich Hemel is next. Celibacy has been discussed since the 4th century, since the beginning of the Church. Celibacy has been lived more or less over the centuries. And celibacy won't just cease existing, even if priests don't need to adhere to celibacy anymore, because we still have religious orders who live in celibacy. You could say, yes, in history, celibacy was mandatory. Now it's not anymore. I signed up to speak because I wanted to point out exactly that. Binding or forcing priests to not live, or not forcing them to live celibacy anymore, would open up a possibility for a church of two speeds. If priests could opt living celibate or not, that is something that was discussed 50 years ago already. So why don't we realize that finally? And maybe one little formal note. We all received a letter about secret and recorded votes. We talked about that today. The committee sent a response letter. I don't want to go into that now, but that letter is something, and Ms. Gillis, as the General Secretary of the Bishops' Conference, has assured us this letter is going to be published online. And of course, if someone asks for secret vote, that is exactly the same as if someone asks for a recorded vote. So the question that we are voting on today is whether we want to have a church of two priests, whether we want to have a dispensation for secular priests in the future in Germany. Gregor Potschun. Thank you very much. I think the text is very important. We need to look at mandatory celibacy. The studies say that celibacy is not a direct contributor towards sexual abuse, but an indirect factor. When it comes to priesthood, I think that celibacy should be something that can be opted for. It should be on a voluntary basis. Many people want to live or feel a vocation to live a celibate life, but there are also people who feel a vocation for priesthood, but also feel a vocation to live in a marriage. I submitted motion number 22, and that motion is very important to me. Because if we only ask for a re-examination of mandatory celibacy, then we didn't ask for anything. We don't even have a demand. So we can't do anything about contributing factors to sexual violence, but we can ask for them to be changed. If we just ask for a re-examination, we haven't really asked for anything. So that would be a very, very weak outcome. So we should not ask for re-examination, but should ask for an abolition of mandatory celibacy. Susanne Schumacher-Godemann is up next. She comes to us virtually. Hello, I have huge problems with the text as is, and I want to elaborate on why. My first problem is a formal one. The text is in a different form than other texts, and I'm not convinced by the reasoning for that. But the bigger problem is the content of the text. The MHG study has showed grave things. The MHG study also says that celibacy could be a potential risk factor for sexual abuse. So that is the basic question. And what does our implementation text do? It starts out by praising an ideal that we all know doesn't exist. Thirdly, the votes don't go far enough for me. What is supposed to control the access to priesthood in the future? So what do we want here? I would like to have this text be more concrete here. Right now, it isn't, and that is why I can't vote in favor for it.
Sister Philippa Roth, I'm speaking on behalf of the group of the religious in the Synodal path. We took the vow of not getting married intentionally, and we find it fulfilling and giving meaning to our life. We think that not being married is an important charisma and witness for life oriented to Christ. But we also know that celibacy of the religious is different from the celibacy promise of priests. And only few accept this experience and become priests. We religious don't live on our own, but we are part of a community. And this is why the risk to become isolated, in our case, it is much lower than in the case of priests, who become more and more lonely and are overwhelmed by the demands quite often. We think that many people priests gave up their ministry. They have a dual existence and suffer from it. And there are many young people who feel the vocation to become priest. They are shying away from celibacy and the obligation which it entails. We feel that the compulsory celibacy for priests rather obscures the witness that voluntary celibacy means. This is why we think the moment has come to reconsider the celibacy, compulsory celibacy, and we accept the proposal made in Forum 4, and we thank the Forum for this initiative. Bishop Stefan Ackermann. Thank you very much, Katharina, for this introduction and for showing the approach of the Commission. And I like the moderate tone you used. And if we have a look at the text, we see that out of the 6 votes, 5 have been formulated as a plea to the Holy Father. However, this is supposed to be cast into a process, but it's formulated that way, and I find this is smart because we want to unite a considerable majority. This is why I'm against Mr. Porchun's motion to stick to the wording of requesting to reconsider. because the text tries to strike a balance between the appreciation of celibacy and this way of living and an opening on the other hand. And personally, I think many things have to be considered because the question of choice is one I need to ask. If we go to the Occidental Catholic churches, and there is this compulsory link between celibacy and priesthood, there is no freedom of choice. But the question of a fact-based freedom, that would also be something that would need to be considered. And there would be either the obligation to be a married priest, or Sister Philippa, only members of religious orders will be priests. And I think there are quite a few things that need to be considered. There might be different speeds, but this is why I think it is smart to adopt the text as it has been formulated, with the mandate to the Bishops' Conference, and that is to commission this analysis about suspensed priests and to stay in contact. So this is why I am in favor of maintaining the text as it is. Father Dr. Johannes zu Els. I'm also in favor of adopting this text. I like it, but I'm also in favor of motion 22, amendment by Gregor Puschun. I understand the reflections of smartness. I also like to be smart. But I think that here, this assembly would find common ground and a yes vote to ask the Pope to rescind the compulsory celibacy for priests, and not only to reconsider it. He's not supposed to do away with celibacy, but with the compulsory celibacy. This is an injustice, and this restriction of freedom that's not because of the celibacy, which is a good form of life, but the fact that you cannot choose if you want to live a celibate life. And this is why I'm in favor of this text. Theo Vida. I'd like to thank the Forum and the Motions Committee for the text. I would like to share an experience in my life. For 50 years, I've been working on a voluntary basis in my church. I've been active there. And many priests during these years came and went, young fathers or chaplains. And many of them had good experience with this way of life they had chosen. And also in their later years, coped well with that way of living. But there were those who came and went who were not coping well, although they were enthusiastic about the decision they made at the beginning. But later on, they could no longer live that way with conviction. They became sick, addicted. Others abandoned their ministry and were facing the void. They became ill, but they had been able to deal well with young people. They took good care of their parish, etc. As a member of this Synodal Assembly, I'd like to make an important contribution by accepting this text, to make a contribution so that young people who make the decision in favor of the ministry, who feel the vocation to work for the church as priests, that this is not the fate they need to endure. Tim Oliver Kurzbach. I'd like to leave the abstract level. I'd like to say very clearly on this occasion that I know too many men who were priests who are suffering very strongly because of the celibacy. They can only live love and sexuality in hiding, and every day they are under huge pressure. And they also put a burden on their partners. Or there are those who needed to give up their ministry because they gave open witness of their love. And This is a very personal, individual case and cases. These are, and this is why they are part and parcel of our deliberations. There are many who watch us and are urging us to focus on this debate. And I'm talking about individuals here. And I'd like to raise the thesis that everybody in this room, be it bishop or priest, everybody knows such persons. And we shouldn't just trust the illusion that everything was good, which isn't the case. I don't want to do away with priesthood, but there are also other activities, other functions that are responsible, where people have a huge responsibility for their parish and can still live their faith as confirmed or baptized. I can only take up such a task because I have such a wonderful wife, who says yes to me time and time again. This gives me a lot of strength, and that's my source of strength. And it's also good if on Monday I can take my children to kindergarten, and then I can also wash the dishes. That's also a very important task.
Juliane Eckstein.
Juliane Eckstein. Regarding this text, I'm a little divided. On the one hand, my colleagues in theology, they all say that it needs to be a choice to be celibate or not. And for many years, we know from the medieval ages, there were dispensations from celibacy, and it wasn't just abided by. And there are records that give testimony to it. But I would like to take the point of view of the weakest. And I'm happy that the text doesn't give too much importance to the service of the family to the priest, because a married priest would also have obligations to the family and not just the other way around. And I would have wished for some honesty regarding the Protestant churches, because the traditional Protestant parsonage is also dying out, and the divorce rate amongst pastors is very high as well, as I hear. I would just like this to be noted. So if there was a choice to be celibate or not, this should also be embedded into a broader perspective. And what I'm also missing is the voice of those deacons who are married. I would have liked to hear from them and their wives as well. But I think in the MHG study, the connection has been established. It speaks in favor of the adoption, the experience of other churches, and those cases where women are in relationship with priests, and there are also children who need to be hidden. And the argument of celibacy is used as an excuse so that marriage cannot be entered into. And this is why I most likely will vote in favor. If you want to take the floor in this debate, please do so now. Have your name be put on the list, because after the next intervention, we will close the list. And the next speaker is Father Dr. Michael Müller. I'm very grateful to the text and the people who drew it up for paying some attention, focusing on those priests who gave up the priesthood and who got married. We are living in a mentality of punishment too much. We punish those who leave the church. We excommunicate them. They were baptized, and they still belong to us. And we also punish those who give up celibacy and enter into a relationship. On a Sunday, I did the following. There's a priest who lives in my parish and is waiting for his laicization, and I administered the Holy Communion to him. That was a very moving movement. They hadn't been able to do this for 10 years. We have great people that we lost who were really connected to the church, and we allow them to leave. and we don't even allow them to read during the service. And we could thank Pope Francis for sending some signs, for making it easier in the last 10 years. But more needs to be done, and this text points into the right direction. Thank you. Archbishop Stefan Hiese. I would like to link back to what Mrs. Müller said. I also perceive it as a strain that priests who leave the ministry, I cannot give them new tasks. They are somewhere out in the left field, and you spoke about lectures. They cannot even carry out minor tasks in the parish. And this is why I think that this implementation text also links back to that possibility and opens possibilities, I hope. We are losing too many people who contributed to many positive things to the church. And I find this hurtful, and very often I'm embarrassed. And I'm ashamed for not having more room for maneuver. I'm glad that the text opens up possibilities. I learned that the Catholic principle is et. And also, there isn't either or, but there's more than one solution. And this is why the opening character of the text is something I appreciate, and at the same time the text appreciates celibacy. I think that all ways of living, or forms of living, need to be supported in pastoral life. We shouldn't betray ourselves thinking that once you get married, all the problems are solved. There are many pastoral groups where there are also many difficulties, and obviously pastoral work and the family and the way of living, all this needs to be a fit, needs to be well reflected upon and well supported. The mission remains in existence in all these forms. And regarding 22, I would also like to rather be in favor of asking to reconsider instead of using the word rescind, because that would receive a pushback. Sister Scholastica, I'd like to make reference to a word I heard before, because I think it's dangerous if we say that only celibacy means devotion, and being completely available is only possible then, because this is a slap in the face of all the married Christians, because it means that those men and women, these couples, don't devote to Christ fully. And if I may say so, well, my wife is between me and my devotion to Christ. I think we should be very careful when addressing these topics.
Ulrike
Göken-Hüßmann. I would like to be in favor of the motion A22, also on behalf of the Association of Women's Community in Germany. A voluntary obligation to celibacy is something we are in favor of, many of us. But the compulsory celibacy is something we largely reject. This morning, I was on the train with many female members of our group, and many of us shared the same opinion. And we have heard many arguments. I'm not going to mention them again. Let us take this last tiny step that is needed to revoke compulsory celibacy. Let's adopt Georg Potschun's motion. As a person who, for more than 26 years, has had many positive examples in celibacy, but as someone who also likes to be part of a community, I've been experiencing that in the Vita Communis. I'd like to mention two aspects. Diversity. We are confronted with diversity much more now. In Fulda, since autumn, I have a Ukrainian Catholic priest living, At my house, he takes care of refugees, but he's also part of our pastoral work, and there are other people. They are Ukrainian priests, etc. So at this point in time, we already have a lot of experience with diversity, and there are Catholic priests living with us who are married in our cultural space. And we are getting used to that. And against the backdrop of my many years of my priest formation, and I believe that God calls people to be of service in the church. But do we think we know how he does it, or well, I think that this is a really spiritual question I'd like to ask. What does the Lord want from us? Do we know what the Lord wants?
Erzbischof Reinhard Kardinal Marx.
Archbishop Marx. Yeah, that's the question that we ask together. What does God ask of us today? And the bishops are asking that as well, especially looking at our seminarians, looking at the vocations. We ask ourselves, what can we present to young men? What perspective? So I would advocate to have that discussion that we are seeing right here and that I support. A colleague of mine, also a bishop, said once to me, I only ordain priests who are ready to live a celibate life. And I asked him, how can you differentiate here? How do you see that? And he said, well, many priests become priests despite celibacy, and celibacy is not a form of life where you live alone. I just met with different groups of priests that were ordained at the same point in time, and I talked to priests who were ordained 15 years ago, and I told them, now is the point in your life where you decide whether you want to live in community with people or whether you want to be someone who just lives alone and becomes a bit strange. So I can only support what many people already have said. We need to think about this, but we need to be smart about it. That is why I am against the motion by Georg Potschun. I'm for the formulation that asks to re-examine. We need to have this discussion, especially taking into account what we've seen happen over the last couple of years. Bishop Wiesemann, I'm convinced that opening up celibacy will not be a loss for the church. I'm also convinced that opening priesthood will help candidates who want to live in celibacy as well. If I look at the situation that we have right now, if I look at the pressure that exists there, if I look at the pressures that candidates for priesthood feel right now, I think it's so much easier to communicate to society what priesthood is if the choice for celibacy is really a choice. And if people want to live a celibate life, they can also enter an order. Or why can't we do it with an order, like having temporary vows first? That is something that would also be a possibility. So choosing again after 10 years, because it takes a certain amount of time. After 10 years, things changes. There are very good role models and examples of how we can deal with these changes in life. But that needs a certain freedom. And having that freedom to decide, then we would have a more fertile ground for priesthood. I don't think that opening up celibacy would be a loss. So I think we should examine it. If we say we need to re-examine it, it is clear what we want. if we ask the Holy Father to re-examine, then it's clear what we want to hear. I know that many look at the long tradition of the Church and they want to have it re-examined. And if it's not formulated as re-examined, they can't agree. And we would lose those if we change the formulation. Claudia Lücking-Michel. Thank you very much. I'm astounded again and again when we talk about the topic of celibacy. And celibacy seems to be the criteria for priests. Isn't there another criterion for priests? Is that all priests need to be? What about the other evangelical councils? I thought there was celibacy, poverty. And another question is even more pressing. The celibacy that we have right now is just something. It's not something that is real. I mean, there are many priests who live a celibate life and do so in a very good way, but we are in a church where we say one thing and then we do something else. We all know those cases of priests who have a wife, who have children, but they need to exit priesthood to actually get married. The question is, how can we get better candidates for priesthood as well? If we abolish mandatory celibacy, that is a basic condition for getting better candidates. I know we can't decide that, but we can communicate our opinion, our position, and that is something that I hope we would do, and that is why I am for the amendment by Georg Potschun. Bishop Ippold. I would like to add a couple of things that have been mentioned already. I always defend myself against that term of mandatory celibacy. The Cardinal mentioned it because celibacy was intended differently by the Church. And that is something that I see reflected in the text in some points. But today we live in a time where both forms of life, living a celibate life and living a marriage, both forms of life have become difficult today. We know what is happening with the sacrament of marriage, and I feel solidarity with the people who opt to get married today. So in these times, I am really worried if we would just abolish the vocation for celibacy, because both vocations need to be rediscovered. They need to be deepened in a sacramental way, in a way that is based in faith. And that is something that we as priests should support people who want to get married in. And my second point is if a vocation doesn't work out, a vocation to be a celibate priest or a vocation to live in marriage. So failing that vocation cannot be what we keep in mind. We need to look at what's behind. We need to look at that treasure, that valuable treasure that lies in that vocation, in both of those vocations. If we only looked at what went wrong with people who married, well, that wouldn't be good. We need to look at the cases where it works out, and we need to underscore that. Bishop Overbeck. Over the last couple of years, in my work as bishop, I noticed that most priests who left did so because of celibacy, and not because they asked themselves whether they were actually in the right position or whether that was right for them, but they left because they didn't get a positive response to their life in celibacy. So the credibility of priestly life is seen differently today. Today it's connected to spirituality, to being there for the people, and that is connected to the church and personal vocation. Secondly, I see that in many seminaries, we don't have any candidates, none, or maybe one or two, and the many who've left, and then those seminarians who are there and now ask themselves whether they actually want to live in celibacy, well, then we need to recognize that the criteria to be credible in priesthood, as priest, that credibility is based in different things now. It's based in caritas, in mercy, in spirituality, in the support that you can give to people. So that is why I support the motion. Father Uttenreuter, I tried to get struck off the speakers list and I didn't succeed, unfortunately. Gudrun Lux. Thank you very much. I would like to point something out. I think there is a misunderstanding here. The motion number 22 is mentioned again and again, and the new formulation that we are looking at is still, we are asking the Holy Father to rescind mandatory celibacy. So we asked to rescind instead of we asked to re-examine. So we are still asking the Holy Father. And I think that is a very humble language, a language that stays within the system. So I don't think we need to be afraid that we are too upfront here. So I would urge all of you to get on board here, support this motion, and ask for that mandatory celibacy to be rescinded. So the vocation to rescind the link between the vocation to priesthood and the vocation to live in marriage. Many of us have contact to Ukrainian Catholic priests now and to other Eastern churches. That is something that is present in the text as well. We have the case of converts who convert to Catholicism and become priests, but have wife and children. In the Eastern Church, this is no issue at all. And I think the men who have the luck or the bad luck to have been Catholic from birth, they need to have that luck as well, to be able to become a priest, even if they have a wife that they love next to their love for God. So I think we can ask to rescind. We are still asking, and we can ask for things. So, boys and girls, let's just do it and vote for motion 22. Dr. Vesper. Thank you very much, and I will counter that immediately. But before I do, I would like to say that priests and religious are a huge treasure for us other members of the people of God. It's great that you exist, and we are thankful for you. I would like to invoke that we are smart. Yes, I'm also for abolishing mandatory celibacy, but I would like to stick with the formulation that we asked for re-examination. Why? Because tomorrow the newspapers will report that the German church asks for the re-examination of celibacy. And that is huge for the world church, also for European church. The German church asks for a re-examination of mandatory celibacy. If we don't adopt this text, then it's going to be a scandal. Then we won't have anything to show for. And if we go on the meta level and say, oh, the bishops were against it again, we all made it fail in the end because we are all sitting in the same boat. So we need to think about what the smartest thing to do is here. We need to do that together. We need to be pragmatic, we need to be smart, and we need to ask the Pope to re-examine. Professor Sellmann. I would like to talk about the fact that my theology and my life are formed by the Eucharist. So it's very important that the Church can celebrate the Eucharist. Having the Eucharist is hugely relevant to the Church. It's an original idea of how to interpret life, religious life. So that's why I'm very thankful for the sentence that the access to the Eucharist and the access to the sacraments of the anointment of the sick and the sacrament of reconciliation, the access to the sacraments is more important than celibacy. I'm very thankful for that sentence. Bishop Fürst, dear brothers and sisters, as a bishop, I know of the responsibility that I have when I ordain young men as priests and when I bind them to celibacy. I need to accept that responsibility, and I need to talk to the candidates for priesthood about whether they can live in that way. So that is basically the title for what I want to tell you now. This text gives me an access, because there's the sevenfold yes in the beginning of the text, a yes to the sacramentality of the Church, a yes to the sacramental priesthood, a yes for the fact that people can experience priests who support them in their lives and make salvation tangible to them. A yes for a plural priesthood in our world today. And there's two more yeses in there. That sevenfold yes gives me an access, or enables me to access that text. I can vote in favor of the text if the formulation remains as it is right now. So, re-examining the link between celibacy and priesthood. If that were to change, I could not agree with the text. Wolfgang Klose, thank you very much for the text that opens up the possibility to choose whether you want to live a celibate life or not as a priest. I come from a parish who has lost multiple priests over the span of several years because, how can I say that? So the parish had 7 priests who chose to live with a woman, live with their wives. And that is 7 great pastoral caregivers who we lost, who the Church lost. So we need to give people the option to decide what they want to do. We can't just force them into a situation where they suffer and, where they break from the conditions. I would also ask you to vote yes on the motion of Gregor Portune. Thank you, Gudrun Lux, for what you said. That motion makes clear that we need to be courageous now, and we need to be clear. We always try to formulate our texts in the softest way possible, and I would vote for accepting the motion. Father Kobert, I've been a priest for 15 years now, and over those 15 years, we have lost 7 priests. Seven priests who left us. And that is only during the time where I was a priest. I know at least as many people who stopped on their way to priesthood for the same reasons. And I know many candidates for priesthood today who are not sure about their vocations and are not sure whether they want to go through with it. I think the Holy Spirit shows us where we need to go. And the last person on the speakers list is Nicole Podlinski. We heard what the text says, The text says society changes. People are more and more lonely, and that is true for priests as well. A young man who wants to become a priest, and then he needs to choose between that vocation to become a priest and between the vocation or between their love for another person. Forcing them to make that decision is just brutal. Thank you very much. That was the entire speakers list. So we are going to move on in the procedure. And next up are our votes on the categories 1, 2, and 3. So let's put the different amendments up on the screen. We are going to vote on category 1. So that's the category where the motions committee recommends to accept the motions for amendment. We already heard that we are talking about 15 different motions for amendment. You see them up on the screen again. And again, the motions committee recommends to accept those amendments. You can vote yes, no, yes or no, or you can abstain. Again, we are voting on the acceptance of these 15 amendments as recommended by the committee.
Die Stimmen gehen ein.
So we see the votes coming in. I will give you 5 more seconds, just so that you can wake up your remote, push 1, 2, or 3, then send the vote via clicking OK, and that's it. The votes are closed.
Wir haben ein eindeutiges Ergebnis.
So we have a very clear result. 185 votes in favor, 2 votes against, 12 abstentions. So the amendments in category 1 are accepted. I would like to ask to see the category 2 up on screen. So category 2 means the motions committee recommends us to reject these motions for amendment. And that's what we're going to vote on now.
Kommen keine weiteren Stimmabgaben dazu. 3, 2.
I don't see any more votes coming in, so we are going to close the voting.
Das Ergebnis.
The result is as follows: 176 votes in favor. That is 94% in favor. So we're going to move on to category 3. That's those motions for amendment that the motions committee recommends us to accept in modified form. So please vote on that now.
Bitte stimmen Sie ab.
Please submit your vote now. I'm going to close the voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds. Now.
Das sind 104.
184 yes votes, 3 no votes, 11 abstentions, and with that, the category 3 motions have been adopted. Now we proceed to category 4. This is the Amendment 22 we've been speaking about quite a bit. I'd like to read it out in line 162 and 163. I'd just like to read it out. It's about the World Synod, the linking of the granting of holy orders with the commitment to celibacy, and to remove this link. And before giving the floor to Katerina, I'd like to point out that we are deciding about the voting of the motions committee, and they recommend to reject it. No, it's my turn, please. Sister Katerina was first. The motions committee recommends the rejection. This is why we need to vote yes if we want for the text to remain as it is, and no if we want to follow Mr. Pochun's motion. This is why the sentence in blue is inaccurate. This sentence is wrong. I'm going to try to point it out very clearly. We are voting on the recommendation of the motions committee. You see it in gray. And the motions committee recommends a rejection of the motion. And if you are in favor of this and you want to maintain the red word, yes. If you want to have the green word, it's a no. I hear many people say, I've understood. This gives me reason to be optimistic, and we are going to start the voting. A moment ago, we wanted to have a general debate. And during the previous voting on category 4, the list of speakers was opened again. So I'd like to ask you to open the list of speakers again for motion 22. I dare opposing to that because we had a motion of amendment before. Let me finish. But that was also category 4, amendments and motions of amendment. We had a motion of amendment that was accepted, and this is why there was a debate on category. But a discussion on category 4 per se is nothing we envisage doing. I want to interrupt the meeting. Motions on rules of procedure. For the following reason, we should solve what happens with the bishop's votes if we change the motion. I would like to formulate it according to Mr. Pochun, but I'm afraid what Mr. Vesper said is correct, that it will backfire. And this is something I'd like to discuss and solve before we have a vote. Is there anybody against this motion on the rules of procedure? There is a formal opposition, so we're going to have a vote on that. Motions on the rules of procedure. If you're in favor of that and want an interruption of the meeting, please press yes, and otherwise no, and abstaining is also possible.
Wir sind alle wach und dabei.
So we're all wide awake and casting our votes.
Bitte jetzt die Abstimmung schließen.
Please close the vote.
Der Geschäftsordnungsantrag.
So this motion on the rules of procedure has received 74 votes in favor, 121 against, and 9 abstentions. There will be no interruption. And we're going to continue with our agenda. And according to the agenda, we are now going to have a vote on the implementation text of the Celibacy of Priests, Confirmation and Opening. No, I'm sorry. Thank you for being all so alert and more awake than I am, particularly the gentleman next to me. I'm sorry. We're going to have the voting first on the amendment number 22, the motion, on the recommendation of the Motions Committee. If you want to follow the recommendation, press yes, and if not, press 2.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
So I've closed the voting. Here you see the results. 136 yes votes following the recommendation of the Motions Committee, and 65 don't follow the recommendation of the Motions Committee. As we have voted on all the amendments, the final voting on the text will now be carried out.
Und ich eröffne
And I open the ballot. No, a motion on the rules of procedure over there. Microphone, please, says the interpreter. A recorded vote is requested. A formal opposition to that? Yes, a formal opposition. So we need to vote on that motion. Let's open the vote. We have a motion to have a recorded vote. Do we want to have a vote on that motion? Please vote yes or no.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung.
So we close the vote, please, on a recorded vote on motions, subject-related motions. The result is 121 votes in favor and in favor of the motion on the rules of procedure. 76 votes are against and 7 persons abstain. This is why the motion on the rules of procedure is adopted.
Gerne noch mal das Mikro benutzen, dann
Could you please use the microphone? I submit a motion to show the female votes and the male votes. Formal opposition? No. So this motion on the rules of procedure is accepted. And with that, we open the voting on the text itself.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
We close the ballot number 3. 3, 2, excuse me, 1. We close the ballot.
Das Ergebnis.
The result of the voting, 94.71% are in favor of the text. This corresponds to 179 votes cast, 5.29%. This means 10 votes reject the text and 16 abstentions were cast. And now we're going to see the breakdown.
unter den Bischöfen haben
The bishops, 89.8%, 44 persons cast a yes vote, and 5, so this is 10%, cast a no vote, 11 abstentions, that's a 2/3 majority. And here we see the results of votes cast by women and non-binary persons, 95%, and 4.6% were against it. This is also a two-thirds majority, and with that, we adopt the implementation text. So I'd like to thank the Synodal Assembly for the disciplined, calm, and also well-kept discussion regarding the time. We had a fruitful discussion, and we don't mind finishing earlier. We'll have our spiritual moment a little earlier, and we have more time for dinner and go to the cathedral. After the spiritual moment, there will be practical instructions that will be given. Sister, please.
Nach der konzentrierten, engagierten
After this focused and lively discussion, after pondering and clarifying how to vote and when and what to do and what to think, it might be a good moment to remain silent. And I'd like to invite you to look back to the time before the beginning of today's meeting. Do you remember how you felt when you got closer to the Cup Europa building and to this hall here, where we are now? How was your mood? Hopeful? Fearful?
Und was bewegt sich jetzt in Ihnen nach diesen ersten Stunden?
And what moves you now after these first hours of our assembly? Maybe there is a sensation, a thought, a question. You are formulating for yourself. And that will accompany you during the evening and tomorrow morning. And we are going to give room to such thoughts and feelings for a moment, and then we are going to close this spiritual moment with the word of the prophet.
Ein Wort aus den Klageliedern.
A word
Das will ich mir zu Herzen nehmen.
from the Lamentations. This is what I want to take to my heart. The grace of the Lord hasn't been exhausted. His mercy
Neu ist es an jedem Morgen.
is not finished. Every morning, your loyalty is tremendous.
Und ich gebe zurück an die Moderation.
And I give the floor back to the moderators. Thank you very much for this spiritual moment that helped us to get back to ourselves after this afternoon. Now we have a break of 1 hour. Dinner will be served outside. Let me give you some instructions. The performance verantworte ich will start at 9 at the Bartholomew Cathedral. And of course, there's the possibility to walk to the cathedral for those who'd like to stretch their legs a bit, get some fresh air, and a little exercise is always good. And this opens your mind to receive new things. 2.6 kilometers, it says in my instructions, from here to the cathedral, so that you know how far it is or how close. For those who don't want to walk, shuttle service has been organized starting at 8 in front of the Cap Europa. There will be buses to transport you, so you have ample time to have dinner, to converse about the afternoon. And please take a coat and a scarf. And in any event, the cathedral isn't very much heated, and it will definitely be a little more chilly than it is in here. The 8 buses, 50 people each, will be available. Nobody will be left behind. And the buses will leave sooner, one after the other, so that at 10 to 8, we shall gather at the entrance area of the cathedral, and we will be guided to where we are supposed to be, and will receive information if you have questions. At the entrance to the cathedral, there are 2 entrances, the western portal, the north portal. There are 2 entrances, 2 possibilities. And please take your name badge of the Synodal Assembly, because at the entrance to the cathedral, you will need it. Don't forget your badge. Whether or not you can leave your personal belongings here until tomorrow morning, I assume that this room will be locked. But please take your voting device to the hotel. That's very important. So I wish us all bon appetit and have a nice evening. I have one remark. Bishop Betzing, in his introduction, referred to the text and amendments, and I can tell you that the motions are now available on the website for your inspection. Enjoy your dinner.